terms of the quality of people that we bring on the show. So I'm thinking that the sky is the limit.
Sahara TV will become the reference for change in Africa, especially for change in Nigeria.
It is going to be great because this is television driven by ordinary people.
The future of Sahara TV will have government policymakers, analysts, acting upon what they hear on Sahara TV and including that in policies to make Africa a better place.
Well, Africa itself is innovative, and Africa, as we know today, has one of the largest concentration of mobile technology. So Africans are not strangers to technology. You've seen that in Egypt. You've seen that, as we were told recently, that the richest man on earth who ever existed actually came from West Africa. So, but the most important thing is that Africans right now, or Africa, the African continent, can make use of the innovation that comes with the mobile technology that we have so much embraced. And this is the age that Africa cannot be said to be behind other continents in terms of embrace of technology.
Sahara TV.
This is who we are.
Everything African.
Sahara TV. Sahara TV. Sahara TV. Keep watching Sahara.
It is 12 noon in New York, 1800 GMT in London, and in Abuja. Today is Saturday, April 19, 2014. Welcome to Sahara TV. My name is Tracy Thompson. On this day in 1960, the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, was formed as a political party in Windhoek, Namibia, with Sam Nujoma as head. SWAPO would eventually lead the country to independence in 1990, and Sam Nujoma would become the country's first president. Now, before we bring you an itinerary of today's show, let's take a quick look at some of the stories making headlines in the African press. Algeria's president, Abdelaziz Bouteflika, has won a fourth term in office with more than 81% of the poll. The 77-year-old leader defied the odds to capture the confidence of the electorate. Mr. Bouteflika is hardly seen in public after he suffered a stroke last year, but still managed to beat 5 other opponents without personally campaigning. A coalition of Islamist and secular opposition parties had, however, called for a boycott, describing the election as a sham and claiming Mr. Bouteflika was not healthy enough to run the country for another term. 3 other candidates withdrew soon after Mr. Bouteflika's candidacy was announced, saying the result would be a foregone conclusion. The septuagenarian cast his vote in a wheelchair in Thursday's presidential election, which produced a 51.7% turnout, down from 75% in 2009. Now, the UN is outraged at a deadly attack on one of its bases in South Sudan, saying perpetrators could be charged with war crimes. Armed youth attacked the base in Bor, where thousands of civilians are seeking shelter from ethnic violence on Thursday, leaving at least 58 dead, including children. The UN said its peacekeepers were compelled to return fire as a mob of some 300 youth forced their way into the base in an unprovoked attack. Thousands of people have been killed in the country since fighting broke out in December between supporters of President Salva Kiir and his former deputy Riek Machar. More than 1 million people have also fled their homes, most of them heading for neighboring countries. After putting out an initial report that most of the teenage girls taken hostage by suspected Boko Haram fighters have been rescued, Nigeria's military has admitted that this is not the case. News reports said 200 girls taken from a boarding school in Chibok, northeastern Nigeria, on Monday and were reportedly led through a forest heading for an unknown destination. The number of girls taken is, however, a subject of disagreement, as authorities quote different figures. According to education authorities in Borno State, 85 girls are still missing and 44 in total have managed to escape. Intensive efforts to find them are continuing, an army spokesman said. Now, here's a quick look at some headlines on the Sahara Reporter's website this week. Mass abduction of high school girls in Nigeria. 14 more students escaped from Boko Haram, says the Premium Times. Sambo governors arrive in Kaduna as large public funds are expended on Governor Euro's turbaning ceremony. Fulana slams Nigeria's senior lawyers. Judges accuses them of frustrating corruption trial, says the Premium Times. Explosive video. Drunken mobile policeman caught assaulting 2 women. Wives of northern governors demand release of abducted female students. Now, that's just a snapshot of the many stories, plus exclusive videos on our sister platform, SaharaReporters.com. Now, let's take a look at what's on our show, Sahara TV, for today. There have been recent reports of coordinated attacks against Nigerians in South Africa. Last week, we received reports of several Nigerians who have come under attack from several groups, including a taxi drivers union in that country. We have thus invited Adetola Alubayo, Secretary of the Nigerian Union in South Africa, to throw more light on this unfortunate development. Now, in the continuation of our coverage of the ongoing national conference in Nigeria, we have also invited Alhaji Nuruddin Lemu on our show today. Alhaji Lemu was given a standing ovation by delegates last week in contravention of conference rules after he gave an inspiring speech. He represents the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, and he will help us with a summary of the first month of the conference. Also on the show today, we will host Dr. Adeleke Atunuga, former student union executive at the University of Lagos from 1993 to 1994. He will be speaking on the state of student unions in Nigeria. Now, we are also billed to speak with Tapiwa Zavira, a Zimbabwean digital journalist who will update us on Zimbabwe's 34th Independence Day celebrations and the state of the southern African country under President Robert Mugabe. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we brought viewers the touching story of 3 siblings in Ghana suffering from a strange skin condition and how the efforts of a retired American nurse who wanted to help them was frustrated by the government. Since airing the story, we have received requests for a rebuttal from several sources claiming the story, as reported by Michelle McGowan, the retired nurse, is inaccurate. We have therefore invited the police PRO from the Greater Accra region of Ghana, as well as other concerned persons with a different version of the story, to chime in on this subject. That is also on our show today. Now, in our Inspire segment, we will be speaking with Seli Rabi Khan, a Senegalese fashion designer. Miss Khan is preparing for a fashion show in Dakar, Senegal, headline Alien Cartoon. She will be telling us about that and some other aspects of her illustrious career. And as usual, we encourage you to join in the discourse on the TalkBack segment. You can join us either by phone or via Skype. You can also throw your comments on Facebook and Twitter pages, and they will be read here on the show. Now, our question of the day is, considering the brazen attack staged by Boko Haram in recent times, do you think the Nigerian government and military have lost total control of the security situation in the country? Feel free to leave your thoughts on this question on any of our social media platforms. Now, this week, your favorite regulars, the Dr. Damages Show and Keeping It Real with Adiola, are temporarily on hiatus. We do apologize for this, but promise that these shows will be right back on your screens next week. But The Break with Tracy is back, and this week, I have compiled a list of some shocking protest videos from around Africa where people are demanding changes to certain conditions in their part of the world. Make sure you're watching. Also on Sahara Sports, Kwesi Bako and in-house guest Olu Faloye will bring you the continued countdown to the FIFA World Cup, which kicks off in Brazil in a few months. This week, they profiled Nigeria as one of the 5 countries representing Africa at the Mundial. They are joined via phone by Nana Kwaku Ajimong, a Ghanaian coach and sports journalist. You do want to watch this. Now, that's what's on the plate for today. You know we strive to bring you the best, and the equation certainly includes you, our cherished viewers. So stay with us, and we'll be right back. In the meantime, here's a video of a mobile policeman caught assaulting 2 women in Nigeria.
Shoot you now! Oh yeah, shoot! Shoot! Oh yeah, shoot! You are not going anywhere. You can't shoot. You can't shoot. You never go. You don't go. You know, Shale. Don't kill anybody. You kill. You can't shoot.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hi viewers, welcome back. My name is Adeola Fayon. At this time, we'd like to talk about brutality towards Nigerians in South Africa. At the beginning of this month, there was an organized attack against Nigerians in South Africa by taxi drivers in South Africa.
About 10 Nigerians in Pretoria alone ended up in the hospital, and more than 25 shops owned by Nigerians were vandalized. And to talk to us about what happened and what is going on right now about that is the Secretary General of the Nigerian Union South Africa. I'm talking about Mr. Adetola Olubajo. Mr. Adetola, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you. Good evening to your viewers.
Good evening. Can you please tell us exactly what happened at the beginning of this month?
It was the mini taxi drivers. The mini buses are called taxi here in South Africa. They actually just suddenly attacking our nationals, including our members who are going on their lawful business on the name of the fact that Nigerians are drug peddlers and they should actually go back to their country. So that was the summary of what happened. We were so shocked at that because we are not expecting such to happen in the CBD of Pretoria. Thank you.
And you actually sent us some pictures, and we're going to put them up if you can tell us exactly what's going on in each of the photos. The one that we would put on right now, the one we have on right now is the photo of, it looks like a shop, but everything is littered and it looks like it's been vandalized. Let's stay on the photo of the shop. Can you please tell us what happened in that shop?
Yeah, it was actually one of our nationals, one of Nigerians' business. It's an internet cafe where illegal business are going on, and then they were vandalized, and then some of the computers and then other items were stolen by the attackers. Some of those pictures as well were showing some cars that were actually damaged by some of these unidentified taxi drivers. As of today, no arrest had been made because the police were not really helping as at the time of the event.
There was a photo. There's also a photo of one man with wound on his head.
Yes, that was in the hospital. That was one of those people. The other one that had wounds on his head was just a passerby. He was just passing along the street of Lilian Igoyi in Pretoria CBD. He doesn't know what is happening. Then he was attacked. The other one that was he's a Nigerian.
Okay. And also you have one with people in the hospital.
Then he has been treated. Yes, that one was the owner of a shop. He was trying to close his shop when he heard that these people are attacking. That was how they assault him.
But do you know why? And do you know why this happened?
It's a frequent. It has been happening frequently. It's not the first time, but this time around it was just based on rumor that some homeless South Africans, they actually killed one of the taxi driver while they were robbing the taxi driver. And then the taxi driver decided to take offense and then said that it is the Nigerians that are actually teaching them how to do that.
So it wasn't even a Nigerian that attacked the taxi driver that was killed?
No, that was not what happened. It was just it was a South African to South African. So why they were trying to retaliate on those ones, they said, no, it's these Nigerians that are sending us to steal phones and so on and so forth, and we are selling it to them. The name Nigerian is not really a good name here. It's associated with a lot of bad things like drug peddling, prostitution, and so on and so forth, which has been blown out of proportion.
All right, so we'll come back to talk about, what the Nigerian government has done about this. I think it's interesting to know from what you're telling us that the taxi driver that was killed was actually killed by a fellow South African, but they believe that he must have been learning from Nigerians. That was why he killed, or maybe he bought drugs from Nigerians. But last month, actually, before this happened, a Nigerian businessman was brutally handled by the South African policemen, and we will play just a short clip of that, and then we'll be right back.
All right.
Why isn't that guy with a white t-shirt saying anything? They should close this. Why doesn't he say that this is the guy's scar? Look what they're doing. Why are they addressing it? Record it, Kirsty. All they needed was... Jesus, I can't. Someone must find the other police. I'm just recording.
All right, so I understand that happened in Cape Town. Do you mind telling us exactly? All we know is that the man is a Nigerian businessman.
Yes, he had that happened in Cape Town, Western Cape. It was a disagreement between two Nigerians, according to the information that reached the national office, because we have offices in each of the provinces as well. So they told us that one of them actually called the police why the disagreement was going on. And when the police came, they actually engaged in a usual brutality. And that has been the order of the day in South Africa as well, wherein the police will brutalize Nigerians because they are Nigerians. That is just what we can actually say.
So what is the latest about his case now? Do you know?
He's in court. The guy is actually demoralized and then is not willing to come out. But our structure there is trying to mediate into it. And even the missions here, they have been very, very helpful. The two police officers that were shown in the video, they have been dismissed from office, though it's a suspension and the case is in court as we speak. So we'll give more information as soon as the event unfolds.
I see. All right. So quickly, we want to play just one more short video. I understand that Nigerians are not the only ones targeted in South Africa when it comes to brutality, and other Africans have complained as well. A lot of Zimbabweans have expressed the fact that they don't really feel safe when they are in South Africa. But it's not just Zimbabweans. This video that we're going to play is a video of a 27-year-old taxi driver who was Mozambican, and unfortunately he died as a result of what happened to him in the hands of the South African policemen. So we're going to play a little clip of what led to his death. We'll be right back.
Oh.
All right, I'm sorry that you couldn't see that video, but they actually tied him to the police van and the police truck, and dragged him on the street like that. And I understand that he had a lot of internal bleeding, and that led to his death. So, can you testify to that? Is it just Nigerians that are targeted, or other national?
Not only Nigerians that are targeted, it's just that it's more Nigerians than any other national here. It has always been targeted on Black Africans, not only Nigerians, even Zimbabweans, which we have always been clamoring for the authority to try and put stop to this barbaric situation, wherein a fellow Black South African, not even a police, we always want to brutalize and assault a fellow.
All right. So now I want us to talk about, whatever the Nigerian government has done about this. I want us to talk about if the Nigerian government has done anything about this, what exactly they've done, and also why you think other Africans are being attacked by South Africans.
It is just ignorance, which I've said. That is the major reason. They believe that an average Black Africans come here to take their jobs, their wives, and their good life.
Okay. So, Mr. Adetola, you were saying that they have this fear of foreigners coming to South Africa?
Yes, of taking their jobs and their wives, according to what we gather from them while we're interviewing them.
Okay, so but is that enough? Do we go there and steal their jobs and their wives?
Actually, it's not. It's actually boiled down at ignorance, which we have been trying to preach to those that are willing to listen to us. There is a high level of illiteracy here in South Africa, wherein anything that is said on the streets, they pick it up and they take it serious. It's not, nobody is taking their jobs. There are so many jobs that a foreigner cannot do according to the law of the South Africa. There are some jobs that you cannot be employed if you are. There are certain jobs for foreigners. They call it critical scarce skills. There are scarce skills that are meant for foreign nationals because the South African government cannot actually supply the required labor for such skills. Positions. So that's the reason why. So it's not the norms. They are not stealing their jobs. And then I'm married to a Nigerian, and many of us that are even in the union are married to Nigeria. But there are some of us also that are married to South Africa. So which
and speaking of Nigerians that married South African, last year some South African women were protesting that they were separating them from their husbands, that they were deporting their Nigerian husbands. I'm not sure if you heard about that as well.
We actually organized that. In fact, I was the one with the president that led that protest. Because the United Nigerian Wife is affiliated to Nigerian Union, because Nigerian Union is the umbrella body of all organizations. All Nigerian organizations are affiliated to Nigerian Union here in South Africa.
Okay, so you organized that protest. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just wondering what the Nigerian government has done about all this.
They were at the backseat before, but after we engaged them, they have been very, very helpful in this regard. The two missions, the written letter even to the presidency, as well as the security cluster here, we had meeting with them. And then even the House leader, Honorable Abike Dabiri, was informed. Why she came here, we told her, and why this Pretoria saga was happening, she called personally the High Commissioner, who in turn called the South African diplomatic office so that they can put end to it.
So has anyone been arrested? Has anyone been arrested? Did anybody apologize for what happened?
Up to date, nobody has been arrested. No apology has been made. It's only promises from the South African police force and then the security cluster that such thing will not happen. So
if South Africans are watching this interview, do you have any message for them?
It's just to say that we are all Africans, and we are human beings as well. A human being should not be threatened by one another. Though there are criminals and bad elements here and there. There are also bad elements in South Africa as well. But we should just try as much as possible to be law-abiding. Even though somebody has committed an offense, they should be reported, and they should give them the benefit of doubt, which is to be proven not guilty, not until it's declared by the court that is guilty. Thank you.
I'm just curious, when the news broke out that Nigerians were being attacked, some Nigerians were asking themselves, why are Nigerians still living in South Africa if this is going on? Definitely, nobody can say that Nigerians shouldn't live wherever they want to live. But just out of curiosity, what would be in place in Nigeria to make, Nigerians abroad like you decide, you know what, I think I want to live in Nigeria? What is it that you get in South Africa you don't get in Nigeria, if I can put it that way?
Actually, we will. It's very obvious. Many of us, we came here. Some of us, we came here for study and decided to stay. The level of insecurity in Nigeria is not much to desire. The infrastructure, which is here in South Africa, is not there. I'm talking about basic infrastructures. like the transport, the health services, and so on and so forth. They are not there in Nigeria. Our government are taking us for granted, which the South African government are not doing to their citizens. They take them very serious. Even if you don't have a job, you are entitled to a grant till you get a job. If you are old, you are entitled to a grant till you get a job. So what will be put in place is to take care of the citizens of South Africa. Because there is one thing.
Of Nigeria, you mean?
Yes, yes. The citizens of Nigeria, the government should take care of them. If there are no citizens, the government cannot be in place. The government is there because of the citizen, because of the masses. So we were saying that they have been traveling here and there. They see what is happening in other workable states. There is no system in Nigeria. System should be put in place. In fact, you cannot trace anybody in Nigeria. That you say you just want to trace somebody, yeah, you can't trace the person.
What do you mean?
So
like if someone is
system in place.
You mean like if somebody gets lost? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Look at what is happening. They can't trace the Boko Haram up to date.
Oh, okay.
So they can't trace anybody because there is no system. There is no any system that can actually say this is the security number or the identity number of each person, and the information of the person is being updated. Yeah, I don't even think Nigerian government knows the actual population. It's just an estimated population, which is for political reasons. So there should be security, and there should be infrastructure and system in place to be able to cater for the citizen.
Just before I let you go, now that they announced that Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, how do Nigerians in South Africa feel about that? How did you guys react when you heard about that?
We were not, we were shocked because some months ago, Nigeria was not the largest. And the South African, our South African friend, they actually rejoice and celebrate with us. But we knew what is happening at home, that it does not affect a common man on the streets. It does not affect the masses. So we say that the standard of living of the people must be looked into, because the GDP, the income is over-concentrated in a few hands of people who are looting the treasury. So it's not really worth celebrating. What should be celebrated is when the standard of living of people can rise, even by 5 or 10%. It's fine. We know that a 1,000-step start with one step. 1,000 might start with one step. So it should affect common Nigerians, and that is what we were saying.
All right. So my last question is: I understand there's a new ID for Nigerians in South Africa now.
Yes, it's a project in the pipeline. It's called a consular card. We are being molested and being abused, and some of us, we lost our passport. And you know, it's an e-passport. When you lost it, you have to go to Abuja to do a reprint. And so that's the reason why we sat down with the consulate here and the High Commission, and which, as we speak, we are speaking with the Home Office here so that they can actually integrate it into their system. So that instead of you carrying your traveling document all around, you can carry that consular card, and it will be able to be verified and respected even by the authority in South Africa. It's just for Nigerians who are here, who are legally here, so that they can be traced and they don't need to carry about their traveling document. That is the reason why we are engaged in that project, and it's going to be rolled out before the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Adetola, for giving us all these updates. And we're hoping that the Nigerian government will be more involved in what is going on. And hopefully the people that have been attacked would be compensated somehow. Just before I go, the people that were in the hospital, are they out now, or they are still in the hospital?
Yeah, they have been released since last week.
Okay.
Nobody is in the hospital as we speak.
All right. So I do hope that some arrests will be made so that this will not continue and that Nigerians will be safe wherever they are. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Viewers, that has been Mr. Adetola Olubajo, the General Secretary of Nigeria Union South Africa, and I'm sure that you've enjoyed this update about what's going on with Nigerians in South Africa. Don't forget to subscribe to our live stream and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up? My name is Bright Kid Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it up, down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. I'm going low respect to all the area now. I'm on Nigerian.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them. 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
As far as I'm concerned, at my age, I should say what I feel. The biggest damage that has been done to this country is religion. I can say it anywhere. The biggest, because what religion has done is that it has taken away our reasoning faculties and put our minds in terms of faith and miracles. My brother, there's no miracle anywhere. If there's a miracle all over the place, it will no longer be a miracle. If the sun comes up at 6:30 every morning and night falls at 7 o'clock, that's no longer a miracle. There are no miracles anywhere. The churches and the mosques and the religious leaders are the greatest culprits, are the ones who have misled the people of this country the most. I am not saying I am against religion. No, I am a Christian. I'm proud to be a Christian. I come from a Muslim background. But how many people can say they're actually practicing what you call Christianity? So what I'm saying is that it has taken the thinking out of us. I will now put our hope in faith. And our leaders you always see, former heads of state, let's go to the stadium, pray for Nigeria, pray for Nigeria. For God's sake, do the right thing. God is not going to come down to save anybody. He has given you the thinking faculty. That is the best he can do. So all this idea we should pray, and our leaders always latch on it. They pray 5 times a day. From there, they go to the treasury. They go to overnight. They go to redeem camp. They pray. They kneel down in public, whatever. They still steal from the treasury. Even the people who are preaching, the pastors and all of them, everybody is stealing from the treasury. So what are you doing? We've been served an opium. We won't beat them, ostracize them. When you begin to make it, when you begin to ostracize all these people socially, bit by bit, you need to, if you don't put up a resistance, these guys ain't going nowhere. And don't be deceived. Don't think you can replace one for the other. They are all in the same racket. Tell me, they're all in the same racket. What is happening in the PDP is happening in the APC. It's all the same 10 and 10 pence. It's just the cloth that is different. It's just a factor of taking. That's why it's so easy for them to cross. That tells you. How many Christians have become Muslims? They won't do that. But how come it's so easy for them to cross political parties? Today this one will go to APC. Look at Fani Kayode. He went to PDP. Now he has a case hanging around him. He visits the president. He says his heirs are going to be a Muslim. Have they done the primaries? Have they chosen the Muslim tickets? There's a society called Wimbys. Wimbys were given they were allocated 2 spaces. They got a phone call from the presidency, and they asked them, your two representatives, what are their state of origin? They told them. When the announcement came out, the Wimbys had one representative. The other person representing Wimbys was not even their member. It was Bola Shagaya. Yes, it was in the papers. I know that. Until today, Bola Shagaya is there. Who is she representing? Ditto for all. Same old people. Akindide, same people. Same people. And you cannot have old people determining the future of the younger people. It's not possible. Old people always look back. They've gone there now with their prejudices. The young people are the ones who should determine the future, not these old 40-doddies. They should get the hell out of the place. What is going to happen is that at the end of the day, they'll come up with something, one document. And what I also find funny is this. How can I go for a meeting in which I don't know how it will be concluded? The president in his speech said, maybe it will go for a referendum. And you have started the meeting. How does that work out? From the moment you start, you should know that, okay, it is going for a referendum, it is going this way, it is going this way. So what it means is that you want to walk to the answer. That's what you want to do. You want to walk to the answer. It's simple common sense. Because what it means is, if it favors you, it goes for a referendum. If it doesn't favor you, so you've left the door open. And yet these people went and attended that meeting. And then look at every day fighting. Food, no clinic. We need a place to pray. These are private things. You have no business feeding delegates. Set up a canteen, let them go and eat like everyone. Do they feed the civil servants in the secretariat? Do they feed the civil servants in the secretariat? After paying them about 4 million, and then we don't even know. Some people say it's 4, some people say 3. Why don't you have a gazette that tells you this is what the delegates are? What is so hidden? As we speak, you and I, do you know how much your House of Rep member gets? You don't know. Why is it a hidden thing? How can I know the salary of the President of America and I can't know the one of my councillor and my House of Rep member? You know what my prediction is? Nigerians will suffer more before they learn. I'm not saying people should not pray, but people need to put on their thinking caps and know that the little thing you think that you're enjoying today will disappear tomorrow. This country is one big... I remember fella used to tell me, he said, my brother, this country is a big Gestapo country. This country is one big conspiracy between the politicians, the religious leaders, and the elders. Yes. Where are those references and imams that we had in the past who will say, no.
Yes, indeed, it's Isaac. How? That's how we do it. Red Star, representing. You're watching Sahara TV. Don't go anywhere. Africa. Push it. Let's go.
I am like you more, and I like you when I invite you to my party. Because I like you and energize you and advertise you to my party. I'm a champagne papa and I want to know you. Yo, what up? This is your boy YQ, and you're watching Sahara TV. It's all about Africa. It's all about the continent. And it's all about one people. And this is Africa.
What am I? Let's go. What's going on? It's your favorite boy, Whiskey, Revenue, and Music. Guess what? You're watching Sahara TV Africa. Keep watching because we just say so. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? It's chilling with my crew. That's it. Emanara. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything rock. Africa. Proud. Alright?
This is Bim Fernandez, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Where you are, in Africa, Europe, America, I remain the success, don't mind my voice. Finance, don't mind my voice. Most handsome, don't mind my voice. I'm a man number 1. Fine boy. Alright, be a good boy, be a good girl, be a good man, be a good woman. Love your husband, love your wife. No fighting in Africa, one nation, one world, one love. Keep watching. Sahara Reporter, I remain the success. Fine boy.
Students want to resume, they want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needful immediately.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are continuing our ongoing discussion on the activities at the National Conference, which is going on in Abuja at this point. And we have today a special guest. He is a delegate representing the Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs at the National Conference. 2 weeks ago, he made a speech at the floor of the National Conference that made all the delegates to stand up and clap against the rules of the conference. Let's watch a brief clip from that speech.
We come in brotherhood as brothers, friends, to solve our common problems, not as adversaries. We come against exploitation of religion and religious sentiments. We come against stereotyping, stigmatizing, and dehumanizing of each other and of any group. We come against the use of religion as a political decoy and as a distraction for the critical things that bedevil our nation. I pray that at the end of this conference, we will all grow in our humanity, our respect for each other. Thank you for your attention.
Mohammed Nuruddin Lemo is the Assistant Administrative Secretary and Welfare Projects Inspector of the Islamic Education Trust, Mina, Niger State. He also sits at the Transparency Award Committee of the Ford Foundation West Africa. He's also a fellow of the African Leadership Institute in Aspen, United States. Mr. Lemo, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okonkwo. It's my pleasure.
Let me start by asking you, this week has been a very sad one in Nigeria with the Abuja bombing on Monday and the kidnapping of school children in Borno State. How were these incidents received at the national conference?
Well, firstly, it was very shocking news that while we were trying to deliberate ways forward for the nation, it seems as if the ship was, so to speak, sinking. It was really sad, and so it was a consensus on the floor that the actions of those people were condemned just as the perpetrators were condemned. So we received it with a lot of shock, a lot of sadness. People went to visit the site of the bombing to see what had happened, to see what assistance they could give. People among the delegates had the opportunity to do that. And really, it was one of those very sad moments, things that one would not have believed possible 10 years ago. It's a very rude and sad awakening to how bad things have gotten in the country.
Now, in so many ways, the state of Nigeria today is very precarious. Does that add any sense of importance to the task in front of the delegates at the national conference and any sense of urgency to what you people are doing over there?
Oh, absolutely. I think it brought the pain that's going on in other parts of the country, particularly in the northeastern region of Nigeria, and what's been going on there for quite some time. By seeing the thing coming to the doorstep of the federal capital once more, I think everybody felt something has to be done. This is not a northeastern problem. This is a Nigerian problem. And I think a lot of the delegates started becoming even more impatient with the pace at which the proceedings were moving. Of course, to move with such a group, there is a maximum amount of speed you can take, but you could sense the frustration that something needs to be done, and it needs to be done urgently. And yeah, I think it did make everybody take the work more seriously. Some even contemplated visiting the president, putting more pressure. You could see, even though the conference was supposed to be an opportunity to give ideas that would be implemented by others, some were so touched and hurt by what had happened, they wanted to step into the shoes of people in the House of Assembly, so to speak. So there was a lot of frustration, and people just had to have faith that those in charge of decision-making, of implementation, would also wake up and take their responsibilities more seriously.
We'll get to what happened there this week, but let me ask you, a lot of Nigerians were disappointed that the president went campaigning the day after in Kano. What is your take on that? The idea that a day after a major incident like that bombing in Abuja, that he went campaigning in Kano?
I think it's one with a lot of mixed feelings. For some people, what happened was so horrific that everything else should have come to a standstill. Others felt this is not the first time and life must go on. And I guess from the political point of view of the president, though I can't speak on his behalf, he probably was thinking that the campaign trail was a way towards a more longer-term way of solving the problem. But definitely we felt the incident was not given the kind of attention it should have been given. Having said that, I understand when the president came back, he did go and visit some of the victims. So I think, unfortunately, Nigeria is a big country. There's always something happening, and it's difficult not to disappoint some people when it comes to dilemmas of what to do when you've organized such things. So it's unfortunate, but I guess he was advised with the best advice he had available.
All right, let's look at this because before we get into the activities, I want to ask one more question now. The Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, at the beginning of the conference, complained about the number of Muslim delegates who are members of the National Conference. Is your group happy now that have you been reassured that it wouldn't matter at the end of it, that the important thing is to join this discussion and come up with solutions to our problems?
No, I don't think the group is happy. Muslim delegates are just about 38%, actually less than 38% of the total number of delegates. So the concern has been that if we were to come to vote on certain issues, particularly if those issues do not respect the sensitivities of Muslims sufficiently, that Muslims would be at a numerical disadvantage when it came to the issue of voting. So they've really not been happy about that. But I think as we move on, there are a lot of people who, if they see reason in a point, if they understand and there's sufficient time for each side to make its case clear, we've got enough Nigerians among the delegates who really care for peace and progress, and the agreement that decisions will be only taken forward if there is up to 70% vote in favor is something that we have had to accept. And we're optimistic that as we move on, the decisions would be a win-win arrangement for all concerned. So while we're not happy about what has happened, we still move on, and hopefully the best arguments and the best points will surface in the end.
Okay, now a month is gone and you have 2 more months left. There is talk within the conference to extend it. Considering the cost, Nigerians will most likely not want to have that kind of money being spent by delegates when they are not sure about how to implement whatever resolution that you can come up with. Are you sure that there is a mechanism to implement resolutions that your delegates will come up with in this conference?
With full certainty, when it comes to the first issue you raised about the extension, on the floor of the conference, it has only been raised as a concern that we would not want it to be extended, and we've had all assurances that we will not be there for longer than what was originally agreed upon, which was 90 days in total. And we are optimistic that we would be able to meet that time, particularly as you've mentioned. It's expensive, and a lot of the people who have been invited have had to put a lot of other things on standby because of the conference. So everybody is eager to to get back to other things and to also deliver the best they can. About the question of implementation, our job is to present the best ideas we can and the best strategy for moving Nigeria forward, for cementing relationships and trying to make it a better home for everyone to feel more ready to put their full trust and love and patriotism into the country. The question of implementation, whether from the side of the politicians, whether Senate or going for referendum, that's really not our job. Our job stops at the end of 3 months where we present the best our synergy can come up with. What we hope is that the political will exists to implement these. So while we are all hoping that the time we spend will not just end up producing a document that will just pile dust on a shelf somewhere, there are talks within senators and a number of people who are trying to find ways of ensuring that the conclusions of this conference do see the light of day in form of policies that move the country forward.
Now, I understand that this week everybody were assigned committee membership, and it caused a lot of problems on the floor of the conference. What was the problem about? Why were people not satisfied with their committees?
I think, firstly, if you look at it, that you've got about 497 or so people, approximately 500 people, to put into 20 committees. The 20 committees covered so many issues. Some covered things that you would look and say, how could this all be covered within the time available? Other committees, people felt should be joined with other groups. Other people felt things like education should have a committee on its own. So you had disagreement, firstly, on which are the committees that should exist, which committees should be joined or merged together. So you have that issue. You also then had the issue of putting these 500 people in their various committees. And some topics were probably more attractive to others, other topics. In other words, some committees were more interesting, I think, to the majority than other committees. And so when people were asked to submit with
All right. I think we lost communication. We lost our phone communication with Lemo. We will try to reconnect with him and continue our conversation. I want to ask him about Boko Haram in northern Nigeria, what he thinks is responsible for the emergence of Boko Haram and the brutality of the activities currently in northern Nigeria. And then we will go into his speech, this famous speech he made on the floor. I want him to dissect that and see whether it's possible to convince people that he was speaking to believe in the content of that speech. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to reconnect with him and continue our conversation, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
I'm one This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
students want to resume, want to go back to the classroom. And we are calling on that government to do what is needed immediately.
Welcome back to part 2 of our conversation with Mr. Lemo, who is the representative of the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs at the National Conference. When we left off, he was describing what led to the kind of this disagreement between members and the committees that they were put into at the National Conference. Mr. Lemo, let me ask you, what committee are you in? And are you looking forward to having discussions in that committee?
Oh, yes. I was lucky to be put into the committee dealing with religious affairs, so it's Muslims and Christians, to discuss a number of issues related to the role of religion and other related issues in the conference. So that's the committee I'm with.
Okay. Now, let me ask you some questions about Boko Haram. What is your understanding in terms of what is fueling this rage to the point that innocent children, women in villages are now victims of their anger and not the state, which was the initial focus? What is responsible for that?
I think it's very difficult to say. So one thing is to look at other parts of the world where people would target citizens, whether it was the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, whether it was all sorts of innocent people during the UK and the Irish Republic, other places where terrorist activities take place. Of course, this is new to Nigeria, so it's difficult to say what's exactly behind this, and we don't want to just assume that what happened elsewhere is what is happening here. However, from what we can say, if we look at how Boko Haram started, 2005, moving to when there was a lot of killing of some of their members in 2009, the group has evolved, and we're not sure we're actually dealing with one group that has one ideology. What we have seen is a lot of activities, people who would bomb churches, they would also bomb mosques, who would kill Christians, who would kill Muslims. And actually more Muslims have been killed by this group since the whole thing started. And when we look at the kind of killing children, kidnapping girls, you start wondering, even within religious extremists of nearly any religion, it's difficult to come across that type of behavior. And so it's become very puzzling, very confusing when it comes to what's going on. And what's even more frustrating is those who get to arrest some of these people seem not to be able to give us more information. And so it's left to various conspiracy theories of who's really behind it. Is it foreigners? Is it people financing it? Is it religious? Is it political? Is it various people just trying to destabilize the government? So there's a lot of confusion because we really have very poor diagnosis of what's going on and why.
Now, in an ongoing discussion, kind of war of words between the President Goodluck Jonathan, and some northern governors, the President has been making a case that it's the inability of some of these governors to train, educate their citizens that is at the heart of these Boko Haram insurgents. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's not a complete picture, but it is definitely true. Not the full truth, but the truth. When we look at the challenges in any country, let's talk of Nigeria in particular, when it comes to issues that affect the masses of people, whether it's education, whether it is employment, whether it's healthcare, the quality of water, the basic needs of life are handled by local and state governments. So when you see how in spite of all the problems on the side of the presidency, whether it's the corruption on the federal level, what we find is in some states they have been able, with some governors, to do significantly good developmental work on the ground for a lot of their poor people. In other cases, and this is very particular to places like Borno, particularly during earlier governors, a lot is not being taken care of. A lot of these governors are very, very corrupt. They have been very oppressive. They have not cared about the people that they govern. And the people see billions of naira being amassed by leaders, particularly governors, because those are the nearest leaders to the ground. And so when this goes on for a few decades, we generally would like to believe that Nigerians are very patient. They are able to absorb a lot of the misdeeds and misbehavior. They're ready to be victims in many circumstances. But it seems that people do have a breaking point. They do have an elastic limit. They do have an extent beyond which they will react. And if there's no channel through which they could bring about the change they desire, it becomes easy for very radical ideologies to start to grow. You create a fertile ground for young people who want hope, who would like to have a better future, to get very frustrated with the status quo. And because you would have said, okay, but why not wait for the next election? But there's so much corruption in the areas of election and rigging that some people have just gone very hopeless about the whole matter. So while, of course, you would say on one side, if governors are not performing well, who should supervise governors? Who should be the whistleblowers? What's the role of people in the Senate? What's the role of the presidency in ensuring governors do what they should do? So while, yes, one would put the spotlight on governors and local government chairmen and houses of assembly for their own role, one cannot remove the light off everybody above that either.
Mm. Now you went to some of the best schools in the world, and that is also true for children of northern elite. And I noticed that your dad was the sheikh, the Grand Qadi of Niger State, and also former Chief Judge of the Supreme Sharia Court of Appeal. Now, what is why? I wanted to know, I know it may not be a fair question, does the generation of your father, do they feel that they disappointed the northern youths in general, those that became leaders in whatever role? Do they have that kind of feeling that they disappointed the northern youths?
I think a lot of that older generation do feel a lot of remorse. They're very disappointed by some of their colleagues. My dad is now nearly about 84 years old. And the thing is, fortunately or unfortunately, it's difficult to describe one generation as good or bad or as a failure. Why? Because they had their own good, bad, and the ugly. So they had among them those who really tried their best and have continued. There are those who messed things up a lot, and there are those who just stood on the fence. So I think every generation has that. But the fact that some things in Nigeria have not gotten better, I think the older generation do have a lot of frustration with what some of their own colleagues did in bringing Nigeria where it is now.
Mm. Now let's look at your speech, the celebrated speech on the floor of the National Assembly. You said so many things, and we'll just get to some of them. I'll try to quote some of them. You said that God is not a religious bigot, that he's not a male chauvinist, that he has no ethnic or eccentric tribalist, that he's not an ethnocentric tribalist, that God is not the oppressor of anyone. God is with those who care, those who want for others, those things they want for themselves. Now, which God are you referring to here? Is it a God in the holy books or a different God?
I think it's the one God of Judaism, Christianity, of Islam. It's the God Muslims call or Arabs call Allah. It's the God of creation. The God Christians will say, our Father who art in heaven. When we say The first commandment is, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." We're talking of the one God, creator of the universe.
So why is it that the same God issued different holy books, and the holy books are in conflict, and it's at the center of this conflict that humans are now confronting on earth? Why is it from the same God, and how do you rationalize that in terms of telling people that the same God gave these different books, and in these books there are reasons for each group to be in conflict with each other? Or is it that they are not in the holy books?
Firstly, for your first question, from the Islamic point of view, God's guidance to mankind has come through prophets over ages. And this guidance was meant for various people for their time and place. And one message superseded another message. However, one thing that is you can find in all messages is the message of compassion to others. The message of love for others as you would love for yourself. Do not do unto others what you wouldn't want done to you. That's a central theme throughout all the major religions. And here I would add, including Buddhism, including Confucianism, including Hinduism, as also with Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So when one looks at the conflict that takes place, when you bring any religious scholar together with another religious scholar and you sit them at a table and you say, is there a reason in your scripture for killing or fighting this other person sitting beside you? He would tell you no, and that's why they have dialogues. He would tell you no. So when you look at the content of the religion, Islam states very clearly there is no compulsion in religion. Issues to do with faith are in areas where people decide for themselves what relationship they want to have with their creator. And between human being and each other, irrespective of faith, it is to stand for justice and the universal principle of reciprocity when it comes to compassion. Unfortunately, because faith or religion binds a lot of people, it's a strong motivator, it is also easy, unfortunately, for some to motivate, in other words, use faith to motivate people for other political reasons, whether it's resources, whether it's land, whether it's to support a particular group that is either viewed as indigenous or settler, another ethnic group. What you usually find from a sober discussion with people who know their faith is they don't have a problem with conflict. They are all interested in doing good for the others. So it's really more the abuse of the diversity that's the problem. But when you look at what they have in common, what they do have in common is respect for human dignity, as a rule. I agree there are exceptions, and there are people who have what you would call more radical or extremist views that mainstream disagree with, but then you will always find in every field people who have extreme views about anything. Any political theory or economic theory, unfortunately, has that.
All right. Also, you said that every ethnic group is an oppressed minority somewhere. Every majority or settler is an indigent somewhere. In one way or the other, we are all settlers. Now that sounds very, very good, and I understand that. But are you not concerned that 100 years after we became a nation, one nation, that we still have people who are considered settlers anywhere in the country?
Yeah, it is a concern, and it's unfortunate. And part of the reason why I tried to stress that point was to remind people that, when they come to make policies and they are in the majority, say, for example, in the northern part of Nigeria, Muslims are the majority. And when they come to make policies, they should remember that the way they treat their minorities, Christian or other minorities in the north, they should not forget that in the eastern part, southeastern part of Nigeria, for example, Muslims are a minority. And they would like the Christian majority to also be fair in the way they treat their minorities. So the reason for stressing that is for every group to really realize that you are a minority somewhere, yes, as you're a majority here, and if your thinking is, oh, we are indigents, to remember that some of your members are settlers somewhere else. So love for the other as you would love for yourself. So the real purpose of stressing that is for people to just respect the equality we have, that because you're a majority in one place, somebody else that you view as a minority is actually a majority somewhere. So treat others as you would like them to treat you.
Now, that special line is an ideal that has been out there for a long time, but the problem is, how do we implement it? And when you say these things, do you think it's enough to get Nigerians to accept and to calm down things? Because if they will accept that they should treat others the way they want to be treated, things will be different. But we know that it hasn't been possible. What do you think is responsible for that? And how do we get more people to believe or to implement or practice what you just said?
Nigeria is not unique in many ways. I agree with you. Words are not enough. And however beautiful words may be crafted by anyone, you will always have people who don't care. They've got their own selfish agendas, and they're not looking at the bigger picture. They don't care about contribution to the whole. So yes, words are not enough. As a group, one of our objectives in the conference is to try and put these ideas into policy so that it doesn't just stay as good words, but we see how it should be implemented. The presentation I gave was not meant for the whole of Nigeria. My intention was a presentation to the people who were there in the conference, just as a reminder about things that they already know, but just reminders are sometimes useful in that regard. So when it comes to what's required to change society, with the variety and diversity of ethnicity, religious affiliations that we have in Nigeria, one critical thing is to step up on the respect for the rule of law and to ensure step by step we become more effective in our justice system. But that should go side by side with social justice, with ensuring that people have greater hope. They have a future worth looking forward to. And that implies better policies to do with environment, to do with education, to do with poverty, healthcare, and the remaining gamut of those issues related to development of society. And so it's really to go hand in hand that if we are to have a better society where people feel more comfortable being good to others, it should be easier for people to see the benefit of being good to others when they can be taken out of a survival mode. Unfortunately, when many people are just concerned about how to survive for the next few days or the next week, ideas about compassion, of being kind, are sometimes a bit more difficult because people are more really just inclined towards how do I survive and thinking of me and my family and my small group and not the bigger good of all. So I think it's something that would have to definitely go hand in hand with policies and action on the ground. And as I said earlier, if there's one thing I hope could come out of the conference, if there was only one thing they would agree on, it would be how to ensure state governors did their job. While there's a lot of discussion on resource allocation and the nature of the political system on the federal, state, and all that, I think for the masses, it's to make sure that state governors and local government chairmen are able to do projects that affect people on the ground, not just major roads in the inner cities. That's good, but look at the rural areas, look at the areas where the poor live.
All right, we are really out of time. Let me ask you one last question. You've traveled around the world, and most Nigerians, when they look at Nigeria and the composition of Nigeria, the kind of people there and the diversity there, they tend to look around to find an example of a country like Nigeria that is functioning well. What example do you look at that Nigerians may look up to and say, okay, if it works in this country, if this system is working in this country, maybe we should try it in Nigeria? What is your example?
If we look at the diversity, the major demographics here religiously, I would look at places like probably Malaysia, to some extent, probably Singapore, where they've been able to manage their diversity quite well. If we look at the level of economic development and look at policies, we may have things to borrow in economic policies from places like Brazil, the welfare system they have. I think it's really difficult to put a finger on one place. I think what we can say is countries like the United States, like India, a number of other countries that have greater ethnic diversity than Nigeria has, so long as they have had good rule of law, you can't become an ethnocentric, racist or nepotic person in the States, because the rule of law will catch up with you. If it is the economic diversity, again, you can look at other places. If the religious diversity, we've got countries that have that. And in Malaysia, for example, where they've got Christian minority, Muslim majority. But if you look at it as Muslim, non-Muslim, if you add the Christians and the Buddhists and the Hindus of Malaysia, it's nearly, not up to, but nearly 50-50. So I think there you've got something a little closer to Nigeria, and they have made sure that the diversity in religion has not created the kind of problems we have here in Nigeria.
Now, Mr. Lemo, thank you so much for joining us.
You're most welcome, Mr. Okonkwo.
Yeah. That has been a delegate representing the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs at the National Conference, discussing the activities there this week. When we come back, we are going to continue our programming, so I hope you stay tuned and continue to watch.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
My name is Dr. Leke Otunuga, and as you know, I was a student union executive at the University of Lagos. I was actually the social secretary of the student union. I think we have to really be factual. We have to be truthful with ourselves. A lot of us who are veterans, who witnessed firsthand the importance and the roles of student union Dr. Leke Otunuga, and as you know, I was a student union executive at the University of Lagos. I was actually the social secretary of the student union. I think we have to really be factual. We have to be truthful with ourselves. A lot of us who are veterans, who witnessed firsthand the importance and the roles of student unionism in Nigeria, we stayed away. It will interest you to know that I was not aware that the University of Lagos had no student union until I think last week when I read an article by someone on Sahara Reporters that was talking about, University of Lagos without student union, and I was like, and he actually said for 9 years, and I was surprised. I did not know. I was not aware. And that shows that we have stayed away for too long. A lot of us, we are always at home. Some of us live in Nigeria, some of us live overseas, but we're always at home, and we never, ever thought it wise to do a visit. At least we should be following up to see what is going on in that place. I think everything also boils down to what I said earlier, that we left, those sectors alone. And because we did, powerful forces, evilly powerful forces in Nigeria were able to hijack those unions. So what they do is they install their proteges, they put them there so they can, control the unions or the associations through their proteges that they have installed. In our days, we were able to recognize those signs and we were able to stave off those situations. Not anymore. I think the present crop of student leadership in Nigeria, they need the benefit of experience of some of us who are still alive, who had been there, who had been through it all, who, know what is going on. I think it still boils down to the general level of apathy, In those days, we used to contact those who were ahead of us, even those who were like, a decade or more ahead of us. We used to contact them, and I think that was because of our passion. We had a passion, to fulfill the mission of the unions. But these days, those passions are eroded. People are in it for reasons contrary to what the reasons are supposed to be. The only time I could ever say I was contacted, I was actually still in the, I had graduated, I came back for my master's degree, and they contacted me at one point, and I told them, I cannot actively participate any longer. I could give you guys, advice and all that. They wanted me to serve in a committee, for which I felt it wasn't necessary. It was a committee that was actually set up for the school, by the school for the union. And that was one of the reasons I turned it down. I said the school should not set up a committee for you. And the school, if this is a student union committee, the school should not have a representative in it. That was the reason I turned it down. Since then, there had been no contact. When you look back, with the benefit of retrospection, first of all, those who will call it, youthful exuberance and all that, yes, I believe at some point there were times when we could say we went a little too far, or we didn't do it the way, the popular opinion was supposed to be. But in general, if you had not been a victim, if you have not passed through what we passed through, you can be free to pass judgments and say, oh, it was youthful exuberance or whatever. But if your first semester in the school, as a new year one student, you were a victim of, cultism, if you had been a victim of cultism, if you had been a victim of unprofessional attitude by the lecturers, if you had been a victim of different kind of vices that exist in the university at that time and even now, then you will understand why at that time we took or were taking the stance that we were taking. You know, we believe at that time that with our collective strength, we can fight successfully, you know, most of these vices, and we were able to do it. The only thing I can say that with experience now, I will say that if today was our time, I will say that we'll do more consultations with the outside world, more consultations on certain issues before we take to the streets. I can only just give instances. I could, if I think back, like issues like increase in school fees, for instance, you know, I believe it will have been wise for this, you know, for the Students' Union to, first of all, do consultation with the school authorities, see their point of view, why it was necessary to raise fees, consult with the students themselves who were supposed to bear the brunt of the increase. What do you guys think? This is the position of the school. And then consult, you know, first and foremost with the people, with the human rights community, see what their takes are, and then take a popular position on those issues. Because sometimes, you know, of course, we can also link that back to the issue of indolence in leadership. Sometimes our leaders believe the only way they can raise money is just to increase fees. Arbitrary, it could be arbitrary. Sometimes it might make sense. We don't know. We won't know until, you know, we actually go deeper than the surface of the issues. Well, in the 90s, those were the period when Nigerians were just, you know, unjustly subjected to the rule of force, brutal dictatorship by the military regimes. And they did not just come there, you know, they came with full force against the Nigerian people. The 90s was the period when no one had a voice in Nigeria. You know, if you attempt to say anything against the government, you were either hounded down to be killed or to be thrown in jail. It was a period when, even as students, those of whatever, it doesn't matter whatever campus you were in Nigeria, that was a period when even the student groups, student bodies were being infiltrated by the agents of the state, not to make peace, but to cause chaos, to destabilize, you know, the bodies, and so that the government could have a voice. Those were the time when cultism came to its height in Nigerian universities. That was the time when even government, you know, the government was accused of actually sponsoring cultism in Nigerian universities as a way to checkmate students' union activities. Actually, one of the objections that I had against, you know, the list of 100 people for Centennial, whatever, I did not see any student union leader there. The students fought for the democracy that is being enjoyed in Nigeria today. Well, enjoyed in quotes, you know, but there is democracy in Nigeria, so to speak, now, and the students were at the forefront. We were the last bastion of hope. Yes, they can help in so many ways. I had been a participant in one form or the other since my year one at the university in student politics. You know, there were different progressive groups on campus, you know, that tend to, you know, to encourage students, you know, to discover your voice and to speak up against vices. We belong to different kind of groups, you know, progressive groups. And most of these groups were being anchored or sponsored by ex-students or ex-student leaders or activists on campus, you know, outside of the campus. They come, we see them as role models. You know, we used to see them as our teachers and mentors. But we are not doing the same thing for students nowadays. So they have no mentors. You know, all they probably go to the library and see Akitunde Ojo on the wall. Most of them will not even know who Akitunde Ojo was. Most people will not know who, you know, Segun Okeowo was. Most people don't know anything because we are not there to fill in the gap. So if I'm sitting in a group, you know, with former student union activists, I will tell them this is the time to take action. This is the time, you know, to rescue the unions back from the forces of oppression. Because believe it or not, they are in control. Well, it's a matter of, you see, we always talk about revolution. You know, and I believe that revolution does not have to be, it does not have to be through armed conflicts. The greatest revolution you can find is the one that seeks to reorientate the minds of people. And that was the gap that the groups I talked about, you know, were filling up. You know, groups like the Thomas Sankara movement and the rest of them on campus then. You orientate the minds of the people. Now, in those days, there were things, there was a way that the students take charge. If any of your elected leaders, you know, are not following the path of reason, there were constitutionally laid down procedures to push them out. I remember, you know, during our time, even before, you know, I was in the student union as an executive, you know, as a student union, as a student activist on campus, we will sit down and discuss issues. We will discuss, you know, the actions that have been taken by the student union leaders, what they are doing, what they should be doing that they are not doing, or what they are doing that they shouldn't be doing. And then we decide on a course of action, whether in support or against. You know, those were the days when we used to talk about somebody becoming a persona non grata. You remember that language? You know, we declare you persona non grata at the student union building. You can't come there. You are no more welcome. You are not welcome at the Freedom Square. You are not welcome here. You are not welcome to talk to any of us. You know, if you go too far, we may even declare you persona non grata on campus. That means you can no longer come to school, you know. So those were the days when the people had, you know, the control. And I think that is what should happen now. We understand what is going on, you know, with the NANS president and the rest of them. We understand. A lot of us were also induced, or they tried to induce us in those days with, you know, some material stuff. We were able to rebuff it because we had people behind us. You know who you can call if the president gets arrested. You know, some of you that are standing, you know who to call. And then we know where to start from. You had that orientation. You had that training. You were like sector commanders, you know, so you know what to do when the leader is taken down. Anyway, I think the first thing to do, the first most important noble course of action to take is, you know, to start reaching out, you know, to others like me who had been there, who had passed through this stage. Earlier, I said the 90s was the golden age of student unionism, because we know that in the 80s before, we knew, you know, the turbulence. You know, we knew that at some point, it was like student unionism in Nigeria was dead, you know, and then it was resurrected during the 1990s. So I think the most noble course of action to take is to start making the calls, you know, and start feeling out people, start telling them, start talking to them, start reaching out. What should we do? How do we proceed? What is the best course of action to take? And then we move forward. I think this is the time to really sensitize our people, to get the people ready. Not just the students alone, all organized bodies, you know, in Nigeria. So many things are happening, and they are happening so fast that as soon as a news breaks today, you already forgot what happened 2 hours ago. You know, so many terrible things are happening in Nigeria, and we cannot just fold our hands and look, because our children, they will ask. You know, a lot of us that are domiciled abroad, you know, there are so many news that we shield from our children because we know the implication. When your children see these things, they don't feel like, they don't want to go to Nigeria. They see that place as a place that, you know, they should not go to. And it is not good. It is not good. It is not good that Nigeria has become the laughingstock of the world. It is not good that Nigeria has become a place where people don't want to go to. When we were growing up, Nigeria was a glorious place. It was a wonderful place. It was perhaps the best place in Africa, you know, to live and work. But today it's probably one of the worst, you know. So we have a noble cause, you know, to do whatever we can do to make sure this trend is abated. And one of the ways that we can do it peacefully is to start massive reorientation of people.
Let me ask you something that is a little bit of a digression. You write, you know, once in a while, and you obviously no longer live inside of Nigeria. Are there times that you feel like giving up on Nigeria in view of what you know, what you hear, what you read about the degeneracy that has become Nigeria today?
Let me tell you, and this is very true, I've never given up hope on Nigeria. You know, once in a while we get down to discussions, you know, committees and conferences and all that, and I know the opinion of people, and what I tell them is that, like today, I was having a discussion on one of our discussion boards called Nigerian Politics Discourse. And somebody had talked about Nigeria as a failed state. I felt very sad about that comment, and I wrote a lengthy piece, you know, that I submitted to the forum. Let me tell you, and this is very true, I've never given up hope on Nigeria. You know, once in a while we get down to discussions, you know, committees and conferences and all that, and I know the opinion of people, and what I tell them is that, like today, I was having a discussion on one of our discussion boards called Nigerian Politics Discourse, and somebody had talked about Nigeria as a failed state. I felt very sad about that comment, and I wrote a lengthy piece, you know, that I submitted to the forum. And what I felt was that when you talk about bad leaders, I believe for every bad leader there's a bad follower.
Lots of bad followers.
Or lots of bad followers, because if you have leaders who are not doing what they're supposed to do, for God's sake, if the country could be made ungovernable for IBB to step aside and run to Abuja, that's a military dictator. If that feat could be achieved at that point in time, I believe there is nothing preventing Nigerians, you know, from kicking out these idiots that are parading as leaders in Nigeria. So if at this point in time I'm at the University of Lagos, I think the most important discussions that should be going on is, look, How come we are in a university and the first things in general African studies, all of those, you know, compulsory NUC courses, the first things that they teach you is that don't allow nobody to take your freedom and to take your voice, you know, especially, you know, if you're in the Faculty of Arts, they start teaching you about Frank Fanon, they start teaching you about Hegel, they start teaching you about, and you want to ask questions, you want to ask your lecturers, how come, you know, the freedom of association is our right? How come, well, in the first place, was this the union proscribed, or the students just gave it up? I believe it was proscribed.
I think so.
So, and so many times we had gone to court about the issue of proscription, and the courts have ruled that proscription is illegal. No school authorities has the right to proscribe any legal association. You can regulate it, you can make them operate within the ambits of the law, but you cannot proscribe it. You don't have such power. So you want to be asking questions. You want to be talking to yourselves as students. You want to be talking to your, you know, your lecturers. You want to be talking to the school authorities. What is going on? We want our union back. Because I remember in our time, there was a time that the student union was proscribed, and we went to court. We went to court and we won against that proscription. The courts ruled that it was illegal. And so we got our union back. So I believe those are the things that should be going on right now. But like I said, most of us need to, because a lot of these students don't even know. They don't even know that there are legal precedents concerning issues like this. I think everything boils down to the general orientation, the general mindset, right? The general mindset that was pervading in those days, you know, you have students that they call paperless and whatever and all of you, and people come to school not to study, but for reasons that you mentioned. It changed when the political environment changed. You know, when the socio-political environment changed, when you have leaders who are forward-looking, who have a different mindset towards, you know, the real existence, the reason for the existence of students on campus, it changed. I remember a particular incident. I still remember this young student very well, but I will not mention her name. She was a victim of one of these, they call them aristos, that will come to campus and pick up girls. But this guy had a psycho problem. So every time there would be an attack, he would pick them up and drive them to some solitary place, sometimes on campus, and molest them. But for a long time, no students reported the incidents, you know, because of fear or shame or whatever it is. Until a particular evening that a lady approached me and said something happened to my friend, and this is what happened. And that set, you know, in course a whole lot of activities. Then we took up the school authorities on it. Because of that, the school authorities had to employ, it's one of the reasons they employ security guards on campus then, because we said we did not trust the school security system. So they employed private security guards and all that. Eventually, this guy was caught. And one of the things we did as a student union was, you know, to inform the student populace that most of these things you're doing is dangerous. Most of these things are dangerous. You cannot be treading this path of action and all that. And of course, the student union always have programs. You know, we used to have positive programs that students attend to and all that. And so these take, you know, their spare time away from all these frivolities. But now that the student union is no more, and everybody is to himself, you know, I think the consequence will be what we're seeing right now.
Well, Dr. Delegate Tunuga, thank you for coming on Sahara TV today.
Thank you so much for having me.
wonderful Sahara TV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dr. Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent Is Too Damn High Party, and I thank SaharaReporter.tv for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Sahara TV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Sahara TV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bea. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Sahara TV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
Hello and welcome to Sahara TV's TalkBack segment. This is a segment where we take your phone calls on issues in Nigeria, across Africa, and even from around the world. So please join us in our conversation, 646-559-6640, option 3 to join in on the conversation. And thank you to all our viewers who have been watching so far along, and there'll be much more to come. And thank you to my guest, Chris Ibako, for being here on the show. So I think we're going to start out. We wanted to talk about some of the news highlights that happened this morning. I mean, one of the ones is yesterday marked 34 years of independence for Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, unfortunately, in not so good news, Boko Haram claimed official responsibility in a released video to AFP for the tragic bombing. That's the latest bombing in the bombing in the motor park in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, unfortunately, there's one, 34 independence, which is actually a good thing, coming out of Africa.
I wonder if everybody thinks it's a good thing, though,
That's
because I've heard a few people complaining about Mugabe's speech, for instance, at the independence, which some people think is a bit, inflammatory.
True.
They claim he's threatening the same citizens that he's supposed to be governing and stuff like that. But that said, though, it's good to definitely celebrate the independence of an African country. It's been 30 years. 30 years is not too long a time.
Right.
And I think that there's a lot going on in Zimbabwe, but again, it's a phase that I believe that they're passing through at this moment. And, just like any other country, they'll pass through that stage. And
yeah, there was another leader that actually marked, like you mentioned, Mugabe's been in power for quite a number of years, and there's another leader in Algeria's President Bouteflika, who just won his 4th term election, and he's 77 years old, in fact, and he's been in power for quite some time. Interesting to me, though, is that both Morocco and Algeria, for the most part, at least along that northern ridge, are two countries that weren't really affected by the Arab Spring, in the sense that Bouteflika has been there for a number of years, just won, overcoming quite significant odds, in the sense that he was apparently quite sick previously, suffering a stroke I had read about and things like that. But even to win this electorate, and
he was, and he never even, according to the report, that is, he never even campaigned personally. So to win 81% of the poll, that is something. But again, we also read that a coalition of opposition parties were claiming that he was, they even boycotted the poll right out. They were like, it's a foregone conclusion. It's not going to go any other way apart from in Bouteflika's favor. And 81%, how many leaders get that kind of, if that is the true poll, then he must be a very popular leader indeed.
Yeah. So those are just some of the news. There's a lot going on. So I guess to turn now to a couple things from Nigeria as well. Unfortunately, the one I mentioned before was the fact that Boko Haram claimed official responsibility through this video, according to the report, and was released to AFP. But also, in another unfortunate incident, the military retracted recently a press release regarding these kidnapped girls from this high school. Originally, they had come out 2 or 3 days ago and said that they had rescued almost all of them, and then they had to retract and say that no, in fact, that wasn't the case.
That is shameful, to say the least. I mean, the way the whole army is treating the Boko Haram situation leaves a lot to be desired. Seriously, it leaves a lot to be desired. First of all, who were they trying to deceive? Who even put out that statement?
Right.
I think heads have to roll over that simple fact that somebody came out initially to say that X amount of students have been released, rescued and stuff like that. First of all, there's even a controversy about how many people, how many girls were
kidnapped
in the first place. And not just that. The next thing we heard was that these people, a certain number of them had been released, which turned out not to be true. And then, all the other stuff that's coming. Generally, the way the military is handling the situation, I really don't know if I should put the blame on the doorstep of the military or the government in general.
Right, for
possibly,
the strategy.
Of course, we should put it at the doorstep of the government. But the military is responsible for that statement that these people were rescued, and they were never rescued. Even those that we hear have made it out of the camp escaped by themselves.
Right.
The military had no hand in that at all. So
managed to escape.
It's just shambolic. It's shameful.
Yeah, and that leads to our question of the day mainly, and what we're asking the viewers and anyone out there is that considering the brazen attacks posed by Boko Haram and staged by Boko Haram, including these kidnappings, which allegations point to them being responsible, as well as now the responsibility that they've taken for the motor park bombing in Nigeria and just other high-profile attacks that have been going on. Do you think that the Nigerian government and military have lost total control of the security situation in the country? And we'd like to hear from the viewers again. Please join us on this segment, 646-559-6640, option 3. We'd like to hear your opinion on this, Nigerian National Conference, and all of the issues concerning you across Africa and the world. But Chris, I'd like to pose maybe the question to you. What do you think, seeing like the supposed escalation, in the last few months?
Again, I think a bit of that has been answered with what I just said, but then I also like to link this question with a story that's on the Sahara Reporter's website. Governors' wives demand the release of the girls,
right.
For instance. Boko Haram, I hear, do not normally claim responsibility immediately for things that they do. They kind of give it space, and obviously they've just released a video, I hear, that suggests that they are actually responsible for all these things. But back to the question, I really think that the government should seek external help, which is something the governor's wives stated in their release. They advised the government to seek external help, which I think should have been done a long time ago. I think that they should have, first of all, tried to dialogue. It kind of seems that Boko Haram cannot be dialogued with. I'm not too sure, but that's what it's being made to look like. If that is the situation, they should definitely seek external help before the situation gets out of hand. I think that at this point, it's already getting out of hand, and it's not good enough.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point there, is the dialogue issue, because it seems to be that there's like different arms and wings and factions of Boko Haram that at any given time, like who you're dialoguing with may or not even represent Boko Haram at large, or represent like this portion versus that portion, it seems.
But this is a government which is in control of its borders.
Right.
Which should be in control of its borders. And Boko Haram definitely is operating within the borders of Nigeria, albeit that they sometimes cross over to Cameroon and stuff like that. But we still have an AU in place. We have an ECOMOG in place. Why is AU, why is ECOMOG, why is the United Nations looking on whilst Nigerians are terrorized like this? I do not for the life of me get it.
That's true.
What are we waiting to see before we actually get help to all these innocent people being killed? I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too. I mean, it's kind of strange because, yeah, there have been like reports on whether the government has actually reached out or they have reached out and it wasn't successful or they haven't. I mean, it's very even clear to find out the level of external help that they may have sought throughout this
well,
campaign.
unconfirmed reports that I've gathered suggest that they have, but to what degree and measure. And again, let's look at the issue locally. Just a few days ago, maybe a week or so, maybe a few weeks ago, there was a report that the soldiers or the military men in that area where Boko Haram is most active are claiming that the money that's being voted to fight this thing is actually going to pay the top hierarchy of the military
than helping to
instead of
support
actually
the troops.
tackling the issue on the ground.
Right. Hi, we have Yusuf from Canada on the line. Welcome to Sahara TV. Hello, Yusuf. I believe maybe Yusuf has dropped. So
yeah.
we'll
so
continue.
I mean, if that's what's happening, then it seems like misplaced priority because money I hear is going into foreign security experts and paying the top hierarchy and stuff like that. But what about the soldiers who are risking their lives to face Boko Haram? What kind of motivation do they have? You know, one governor at a point said that Boko Haram was better equipped than the army, which was refuted. But then we saw the video of Boko Haram attacking the barracks the other day, and you see the kind of equipment that they use. They are heavily armed.
Right, and they have supposedly there's been like different reports on the number of vehicles that they have, amount of weaponry that they have, even members.
Yeah.
It seems like they're a lot better.
I mean, look at the sheer number of people who came out of the barracks. First of all, the number of people who attacked the barracks, and then after they broke into the barracks, the number of people who came out. If all these people are really Boko Haram members, then Nigeria has a huge problem. Huge problem.
And the other thing too is we're coming up on a year of emergency rule, and I know there's been some press releases and other reports talking about the effectiveness of this 3-state emergency rule over the past, almost a year, and then the fact of some groups saying that, well, we don't believe it's been that effective, and they want to rescind it. And I don't know if the government, I haven't seen too many official positions from the government on what their choice is going to be. But I mean, that's been another question of how effective has the emergency, given these things, so given that there's these reports that the troops aren't being properly supported, or Boko Haram is still moving around pretty freely, even in some of these states where, up until I guess last week, Jonathan had made the point that, well, Boko Haram's not in Abuja, and that turned out to be...
Yeah, that's another thing that I would like to address, David. I mean, Boko Haram used to be more or less confined to the north. Now they have the guts to come all the way to Abuja to operate under the very nose of the president. They have the guts to move all the way to a facility just yards away from the presidential palace. And
hello, Yusuf from Canada. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, how are you?
Yes, good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I want to contribute to the discussion. Yeah, as regard the Boko Haram issue in Nigeria and the bombing and all that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the government needs to pay more attention to some certain things, because right now, from what I've been following the trends of this issue, what I actually discover is I think there are some external influence involved in this kind of bombing. What you only have is, they try to confuse the country. The Christian blaming the Muslim blaming the Christian. I think the leaders, they need to be more proactive and try to take some critical decisions as regard even the security, because the security, they are not doing enough. They only come up and deceive us with all kind of information, misinformation and all that. This is not good for the country. Like a lot of crime happening in Nigeria. Apart from Boko Haram, we have a lot of crime, all sorts of crime, from the north to the west, to the east, to the south, all sorts of crime. when you take statistics of people that be killed in Nigeria, in different parts of the country, it's huge. It's very huge, you know. So if the leader is not competent, I think he should resign. You see what is happening right now? He's trying to play politics with the religious bodies because he needs second term in office. This is not good for the country. So in my thought, I think Nigeria should look beyond the PDP, the APC and all that, and look for a capable leader that can lead the country. Honestly, it doesn't matter. The president might not be a bad person, but he might not just be competent. So this is what we have to watch. Competency is the watchword. This is the truth. Of course, we have some governors in Nigeria, few of them that can, when you hear them talk, because one thing is to be the leader, the second is to know what you are supposed to do. Like, you know what is happening around, what the people need, like what's the problem of the people, how do you achieve results, you know? It's because what we see nowadays is just these people just play with the people, the Nigerians, and just deceive them, make statements, and no action. A lot of issues. Look at the issue of power. Like, what is power? Like, they can't fix for years. They just popping money. Nobody, they can't fix anything. So when we have the leader that can do it, I think we should just look for somebody that is tested and let them take over the office and do something.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. Thank you so much. That was Yusuf from Canada joining us on Sahara TV. I think he brought up like a number of very excellent points. And
very, very instructive.
I think what also, unfortunately, this gets to, and there's been like numbers of reports and feelings toward this, is right now they're about at the first month of the national conference. And the questions that Yusuf brought up here would be things that you would hope would be addressed at the national conference. Beyond like what he was pointing at, I mean, a lot of times leaders, they say Muslims versus Christians, or this tribe versus that tribe, ethnicity versus ethnicity. But like, I mean, even that started, the first 2 weeks, there was even argument in the national conference itself. This religion, that religion, which bird, this religion.
I think people are just hiding behind the facade of religion to perpetrate their own personal agenda. I think that's what's going on. I don't think religion has anything to do with what's going on in Nigeria, except for the fact that Boko Haram wants to Islamize the whole of Nigeria. But that said, I think the governor's wives have a better grasp of the situation than President Jonathan seems to. I mean, judging from what they said in their statement. Because clearly, they're asking for some very important steps to be taken. They're asking for foreign intervention, foreign help, which, like I said before, should have been done a while ago. They're also asking for creation of jobs, because as the saying goes, the devil finds work for idle hands. If you have youth who are gainfully employed, who are earning a good living, how on earth are you going to recruit them to go and kill innocent people in secondary school and stuff like that?
And it's not even limited to Boko Haram. I mean, there's been numerous stories on during election times and other issues how they're recruited by unscrupulous members of the political establishment and used either as thugs to intimidate voters or other illegal activities regarding voters. And again, like you say, and maybe they're involved in kidnapping, because remember, it's not just the north. Like you mentioned before, like Boko Haram may be primarily in the north, but there's kidnapping in the south, there's robbery in the middle, there's you know, there's all these other issues that occur that again sometimes do involve the youth that don't have another place to turn because they are unemployed, because there doesn't seem to be a proper channel for them to go to find jobs or to move themselves forward.
Totally. And again, I think the way President Jonathan is handling the issue also leaves a bit to be desired.
Hi, we have Obi from California. Welcome to Sahara TV. Hello, Obi? Oh, he may have dropped. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, President Jonathan, the very composure that his demeanor, even when he's told about, for once though, I saw his demeanor when he saw the bombing in Abuja. He looked somber. Right. But that's like, you know, in previous times, there have been times where the statement he makes about things like that have people asking questions.
Well, right.
Like, is he really concerned?
Yeah, I mean, there was that at least some people thought, pretty controversial statement he made in Namibia, where he was like, oh, up until now, we've handled Boko Haram with kid gloves, now we're going to take them. Yeah. I mean, but how many years, how do you face the people that have been the victims of this carnage and make like a statement in another country, oh, we were just treating them with kid gloves? Exactly. I mean, what? Hello, Obi from California. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think, you know, some of these issues, really, any leader that's really in power at the moment, I think would really find it difficult to handle these challenges, because I think a lot of it is more political than more has to do with religion. And I say that because, you see, sometimes, you know, when folks have these political interests, it sort of overshadows, you know, whether you're Muslim or you're Christian. These folks can go as far as killing, as far as doing all kinds of things. And, it's something that even if you put the military to try and, you know, fix this issue, or, you know, whatever powers the president does put, I think it's very difficult to curtail. And so even if you had an angel as the president, really, I think you would still have some of these problems. And so, you know, it's a very difficult problem. And you know, it more, my point is, more has to do with the political elite and less of religion.
Obi, I'd like to pose the question, do you see a need for like the reconstituting of the political establishment and the elites in Nigeria? I mean, like Yusuf mentioned, maybe, you know, Nigerian voters should go outside these established like PDP, APC, and others and just look for just a completely fresh start. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, the current political parties today, they don't really have an ideology. Let's face it, a lot of the folks in the APC are, some of them are ex-PDP members, and, you know, and vice versa. And so the reality is that, you know, I've thought very strongly about this, and the reality is that, you know, the problem that's really facing the country, it really has to do with, I think it has to do with the ruling political party. And, you know, when some of the folks in the ruling party can have what they want, and they cause mayhem. And, you know, the late National Security Advisor also said this. He said, listen, you know, the PDP is really the reason why we have the Boko Haram. And to be honest with you, rightly so, because there's some people who want to achieve certain things and they can't have it their way, and they try to cause, you know, they try to make the country ungovernable. And if you look at what the Boko Haram folks are asking for, you know, it's really it's all over the place. They're asking for Sharia, they're asking for all kinds of things, which are not really achievable. So if they're not achievable, it means that they're causing the country that's ungovernable. So it's a difficult problem, and I'm not a big supporter of the president, but I also feel for him because I think even if he had an angel in there, he would find it very difficult to solve.
Yeah, Obi, thank you so much for your contribution. I think he brings up the same, in a different angle, but the same point you were talking about is the idea that, one, the political landscape in Nigeria is just very difficult to traverse. But then the other issue is that how everything is political in nature at the end. I mean, like you mentioned, people perhaps hide behind the facade of religion, some cases ethnicity, some cases tribe, but really it's this personal political interest that's being pushed through and then used with other cloaks to almost just fool the masses and say, oh, well, I'm really on your side, I'm on your side, I'm on your side today, tomorrow, you know.
That's all it's about. That's all this is about. Power, money, stuff like that. But again, there's also a lot of talk about some of the governors wanting to embarrass President Jonathan for their own, gain.
Advantages, yeah, that's true.
Just, I think a few days ago or so, he actually called a meeting with these governors, and some of them actually refused to show up.
Right, and what's crazy is there's even like reports different on that too. I mean, and then they came out and said that no, they weren't invited, and others say they weren't refused. But I mean, you can't even tell whose political interest is trying to be represented.
What I want to say on that is that whatever their plans may be, they should always know that chickens always come home to roost. You cannot create a situation like Boko Haram, and then let's say you're able to move Jonathan, and then you take over government and stuff like that, and then they come back to you. I mean, definitely, it's going to have a trickling down effect. There's no way you can create a situation like that and then not have any repercussions at all. So whoever, if that's true, is trying to embarrass President Jonathan should also revise their notes, because definitely it's not going to be a smooth ride for anybody if they even achieve their aim.
Yeah, and that, I mean, brings toward the fact that, like, as these things continue to happen and these interests play out, over the next few months, especially as we approach the elections of 2015, it's going to be very interesting to see what the final political landscape toward that election. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to leave it here for today. But viewers...
Actually, before we go though, David, can I quickly make a quick one on the explosive video that's on the Sahara Reporter's website?
Go ahead, yeah.
The policeman, the drunken policeman
the mobile
who
police,
was beating up the woman. Totally shameful, totally uncalled for. First of all, this person is supposed to be a Muslim, and he was drunk. To the best of my knowledge, Muslims don't drink, let alone get drunk. And you have a weapon and you're pointing it at a woman. I want to say that here at Sahara Reporters, we're going to try to follow that story until we hear what happened to that irresponsible behavior from a security officer.
Right, because there's been a number of reports actually with security, police, even including some military that we've received and that others have posted video of. This is by no means an isolated incident. Police have often accosted civilians, even drivers, on the roadways and other areas. And the question of what happens to them after, they do these attacks. I mean, even there was a report that this member of the PDP was even brutalized along the road by supposedly some security agents and such. And so, I mean, I definitely think we are going to be following the story here.
I think he shouldn't just be fired. I think he should be jailed as well.
I agree. And the fact, though, that, like, these are supposed to be the people that you'd look to protect you, like when you go about your business, and then you have to fear them as well as any other truly criminal elements within the society.
Shameful.
Well, thank you, viewers. That has been another segment of Sahara TV TalkBack. We have been taking your calls here, and we'll continue to do so every week on Saturday about 1:30. Please, though, if you didn't have a chance to tune in to this particular segment, coming up later today on our show, we will have our Sahara TV TalkBack Skype segment. So you can join us on Skype at the ID guest.srtv. We will be taking your calls and allow you to join in on many other discussions that we're going to have at that time. So thank you to everyone that joined in and to all our viewers out there watching. This is Sahara TV. Stay tuned for a lot more.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep the love down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV,
everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and in a good watch and 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
No, they're not going to farm. They're not going to farm. Shagu file. Shoot you now! Oh yeah, shoot! Shoot! Oh yeah, shoot! You are not going anywhere. You can't shoot. You can't shoot. You never go. You don't go. You know, Shale. Don't kill anybody. You kill. You can't shoot.
Orúkọ tèmi ni Fúnmiláyọ̀ Adébáyọ̀. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé mo lọ síbi tó ti ń ta oúnjẹ. Ìgbà tí mo wá níbi tó ti ń ta oúnjẹ, ọlọ́pàá yẹn, woman kan báyìí wá, òun ọmọ kan báyìí wá pé òun fẹ́ ra ẹja. Ẹja tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ rà, woman tó ń ta oúnjẹ ní pé òun ò ní, which is Ìyá Yẹmí, ó ní òun ò ní ẹja yẹn. So ọmọ tí woman yẹn wá rán wa, ó wá padà lọ sí ibẹ̀ ó lọ sọ fún mọ̀mọ́ ẹ̀ pé woman yẹn ní pé òun ò ta ẹja lásán tọ́mọ yẹn ṣe lọ sọ fún mọ̀mọ́ ẹ̀ woman yẹn ó wá ń bọ̀ ibi tí woman yẹn ti ń bọ̀ woman yẹn Mopo wá tẹ̀lé woman yẹn Mopo tó máa tẹ̀lé woman yẹn ó wá sọ fún woman yẹn pé ò tẹja lásán fún woman yẹn pé òun ò tẹja lásán pé òun fẹ́ fi ta oúnjẹ ni Mopo yẹn pé kò tẹja lásán ó ṣàmú oúnjẹ yẹn ó dànù ó mú woman yẹn ó gba etí ẹ̀ ibi tó ti ó mú wà tó ń ta oúnjẹ ó gba etí ẹ̀ ibi tó ti gba etí woman tó ń ta oúnjẹ tí woman yẹn gbé fún mi ó fi pa gbà sí ojú mi pátó máa fi gbá sí ojú mi nǹkan tí mo jẹ rí ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni ó dàbò mi ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló gbá sí mi lójú tí mo fi wọnú omi kan tí mo mọ̀ nìyẹn ó mu ọtí nítorí ọtí ni ó fẹ́ fẹ́ jà yẹn mu tán mo ṣe nítorí mo lọ ya scan àwọn dókítà lẹ́nu pé kí n má máa gbé nǹkan tó wúwo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ó balẹ̀ December 18 year 2013 ìgbà tí kinní yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ mo lọ sí police station wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé èmi ò wọ́n wá èmi ní criminal ti ó dáhùn mo jẹ́ ní mo mọ kọ́kọ́ ó ní pé èmi criminal pé mo gba fìlà lórí Mopo pé Mopo yẹn sọ pé nǹkan tó ń mọ̀ mo gba fìlà lórí òun pé mo dẹ̀ ń nù òun mi dẹ̀ mọ kọ́kọ́ ìgbà tẹ́mi lọ bẹ̀ ọmú yòó ló ń jẹ ọmọ nítorí mi ò tí ì lọ lálẹ́ tí kinní yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ mi lọ sí hospital ìgbà tẹ́mi wá dé bẹ̀ wọ́n pé mi criminal nípa tí ń wá èmi ọ̀dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí n sọ kankan wọ́n ní criminal ni òkan fílẹ̀ kọ́ máa yẹ kó sọ kankan torí ó mú fìlà Mopo ó na Mopo ó ṣe kíní kan mi ìdẹ̀ náà mi ṣe kankan fún oúnjẹ lè mímọ̀ tó fi ìpá gbá sójú tèmi pẹ̀lẹ́ṣẹ̀ tó fi tèmi wọnú mi.
My own name is Shegun Adebayo. Most of my area people know me as Oluomo. And
where were you when this thing happened?
I'm coming from one area, but the place is not far from my side also. So that on my way coming, and I see my sister with Mopo. So I rushed down to the place, asked what happened with the Mopo man. So that the Mopo now tell me that what concern me with the matter that is on ground. So I now tell her that tell him that this person that you are beating is my sister. And you can't tell me that I should just leave you to be beating my sister to death. Do you understand me? So that I have to ask you that what happened. He did not try to come back to me. No.
But we saw one of the photos.
Because their second one, that second Mopo, that one tried to draw me back. Because of, if you try to look at the picture again or the video, you're going to see that I want to separate them. Because I want to release my sister from his hand.
Okay, can you describe that place for us? What's the name of the
street? The name of the street is, that place is Lafia IG area around Obalinde side and opposite Sangros Market. And the area that thing happened is Liu Street because they are doing the road. You understand me? So that you are going to see in the video that they are trying to do the road.
That police officer before?
No, I didn't know him before.
But you know his name?
But I know his name. His name is Tafa Mohammed and he's Mopo 20. That's what I know.
Is he still there?
He's not there because I know that because I'm hearing that they have already transferred the Mopo 20 from that Union Bank that is working. They have already transferred him from one there to another place.
How many days did your sister spend in the hospital?
Just a day. Because he went to the hospital in Navy Hospital at Onikon because we are using the place like family hospital so that they now try to do an X-ray for her. So they now tell him that she should not be carrying anything ever again. One of the person that is working with, that is Fumi, which is my sister is working with. The Mopo tried to beat down one to lock him up. Meanwhile, the gold also lost from that side. And the second Mopo also, meanwhile, I know that if we already see this Tafa is going to provide the second one, he pursue us again from that side to enter inside another person hand with normal bullets and straight bullets to everybody to scare us because on our way going, rushing and running to this thing, our iPad and iPhone. For we don't know whether the mopo that took we just know about the incident that happened.
How many gunshots?
I can count like 20.
So they fired shots like 20 times.
20 times.
In that incident, it's trying to kill somebody.
Yeah, because they are trying to tell us that they're ready to kill and run away. Because they are not Yoruba or Igbo, because they are Hausa. So that it's trying to tell us that it's ready to kill and run away.
Làwọn ọmọ yẹn wá pè mí lórí fóònù, wọ́n á dù lọ bá wọn. Wọ́n á ti bá ayọ̀ ọmọ tó ti ga, ọmọ ti mí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀lẹ́. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kíákíá mo ti gbé ọmọ lọ sí hospital. Mo á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tọ́jú, mo á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mú ọmọ yẹn. Níjọ́ kejì, mo á gbé ọmọ lọ sí ibi tí nǹkan yẹn ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Wọ́n á direct mi lọ sọ́balẹ̀ndé. Èmi pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ mi àti ọ̀gá ọmọ mi ọkùnrin gbogbo wa. Wọ́n á gbé mi lọ sọ́balẹ̀ndé lókè. Òkè pátápátá. A lọ bá ọ̀gá wọn lókè. Ìgbà tá dé òkè, àwọn ọ̀gá yẹn sọ pé kí ni wọ́n ṣe sí ní Lion Building. Mi lé mi ò tí ì débẹ̀. Wọ́n ló lọ ọmọ, ó yá mú ọmọ ẹ lọ. Ìgbà tí mo wá dé Lion Building, mo wá ní ọmọ yìí, mò ń tọ́jú ẹ̀ látànà. Ẹ wo aṣọ, wọ́n nà, wọ́n ṣe kinní kan. Ipe kẹwo aṣọ tó di pọ̀tọ̀pọ̀tọ̀ mọ́ ọmọ lára, àyà ọmọ ló ga yìí. Wọ́n wá ní ọmọ yìí, àwọn tí ń wa, ọmọ táwọn ń wá ni. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá pé ọmọ táwọn wà ní. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá sọ pé àwọn ń wá, àwọn ò ní fọmọ mi lẹ̀. Mi ní ọmọ tó ti nà tó ti ṣe léṣe nígbà àyà lẹ̀ ní filẹ̀. Wọ́n wá náà wọ́n máa lọ tì mọ́lé. Wọ́n wá sọ pé ọmọ yìí bèzé yìí bá chí àgídá yóò. Wọ́n á ní ọmọ mi á sùn lélẹ̀ ni. Ọmọ mi ò ní sùn lékẹ̀. Ó ní ọmọ mi ò ní sùn lélẹ̀ ni. Mo ń gbọ́ Hausa díẹ̀díẹ̀ because photographer ni mi. New Star ló kọ́ mi níṣẹ́. 1982 ni mo ṣe Freedom. Mo wá ń gbọ́ díẹ̀díẹ̀ because man travel, máa yà àwọn ìyàwó wọn fọ́tò.
Ṣé bá wọn sọ Hausa ní police station?
Mi bá wọn sọ Hausa, mo pretend bí ẹn pé mo gbọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ. Ó wá tẹ̀lé mi pẹ̀lú ọmọ mi, a wọnú márúwá, èmi ni mo tún sanwó márúwá. Ó tún sọ ọ́nú márúwá pé tó bá yẹ pé òun ni nǹkan yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ sí. Mi ní wàyọ̀ ọmọ yẹn bó ṣe ga. Ó ní màmá, èyí tá à ń sọ ìkọ́ lòun sọ o. Tó bá yẹ pé òun ni àwọn èèyàn dúró tó ń wò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, òun á ti pa gbogbo èèyàn ní Lewis. Mi ní wàá pa gbogbo èèyàn.
Yorùbá ló fi sọ yẹn.
Kò fi Yorùbá sọ.
Báwo ló ṣe sọ?
Ó ní I will kill all for that news. Mo á ní you will kill all. Ó wá tẹ̀lé wa dé hospital. Gbà tó tẹ̀lé wa dé hospital, ó confirm. Àwọn yẹn sọ pé mo wà ní gbogbo hospital lálẹ́ àná. Ó wá ní wàá jẹ́ kó yọ káàdì wa. Ó wá ní wọ́n ní doctor ò sí láround. Doctor dẹ̀ sí láround lóòótọ́ because Navy hospital ní níbi Arárọ̀mí odò. A wá padà sílé pẹ̀lú ọmọ yẹn. Bàtà padà sílé láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù ọjọ́ kejì. Mo á mú ọmọ yẹn lọ. Mo á tún sọ pé ìgbà tí mo mọ̀ o báyìí ló ṣe rí o. Doctor yẹn wá tẹ ibi gbáàyà ọmọ yẹn. Ó wá ní ká lọ ya x-ray fọmọ yẹn. A wá yẹ x-ray. Doctor yẹn wá fún lábẹ́rẹ́. Ó tọ́jú ẹ̀. Ó wá sọ pé kó má gbé nǹkan tó wúwo mọ́. Kó má gbé gbogbo mineral gbogbo nǹkan tó mú. Lẹ́yìn yẹn mi tiẹ̀ lọ́bẹ̀ mo ò jẹ̀bi mo ò ṣẹ̀ ọmọ mi ò dẹ̀ ń ṣèyàn tó ń wà. Mi dẹ̀ report mọ́ mi lọ bá wọn mo ti rọ́mọ mi gbà because Danlad nígbà tí mo débẹ̀ kò rí fọ́tò yìí kò mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ó pe ọmọ mi ó wá ṣe ọwọ́ mi báyìí ó ṣe ọwọ́ mi sẹ́yìn ó tì mí ó lóun máa lọ́ọ̀kì mi pẹ̀lú ọmọ mi mo á wò pé bó ṣe fẹ́ lọ́ọ̀kì mi pẹ̀lú ọmọ mi mi nǹkan mo gbọ́ èdè.
Ta ló ń jẹ́ Danlad?
Danlad yẹn òun ló gba ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu ọlọ́pàá tó ṣe ìkà fọ́mọ mi nínú omi yẹn òun ló gbọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu gbogbo wa òun ló ń jẹ́ Danlad òun ni kéèsì yẹn wà lọ́wọ́ gbà tó ń sọ pé òun lè pààyàn lèmi ṣe ń wẹ́yàn tó lè kọjá kó má pa wá o.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
It is not when INEC says there will be election. It is not when INEC says there is going to be a supplementary election. It is when INEC says there shall be no supplementary election. That is if you won, you can challenge. So let them go on and let them take whatever position they want to take on this. The position of our party is that we had an inconclusive election by law. INEC has a constitutional responsibility to conduct elections, and they must go on to complete this election and give us a representative. That constituency must have a representative in the House of Representatives. That's
Welcome back to Sahara TV, Everything Africa. A couple of weeks ago, we brought you the rather touching story of 3 siblings in northern Ghana who are suffering from a strange skin condition, and how the efforts of a retired American nurse who wanted to help them was frustrated by the government of Ghana. Since airing that story, however, we have received a flurry of requests for a rebuttal from persons claiming that the story, as told by Michelle McGowan, the retired nurse, is inaccurate. As a follow-up to the story, thus, we have invited a few of such persons to present their own version of the story. First off, we have on the line Miss Christine Loggins from Oregon, who claims she worked with Miss McGowan and knows a thing or two about her operations. We also have Kwame Esrifi, who will be speaking on behalf of his wife, I should say, about issues connected with Miss McGowan and her activities in Ghana. First, though, let's go to, before we go there, though, let me put on record that Miss McGowan refused a request to appear on this platform to speak in defense of whatever may come up in this interview. She also made a correction that the kids are actually suffering from the disease that they're suffering from is called ichthyosis. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Ichthyosis or ichthyosis, something like that, and not dermatitis, as earlier reported. Anyways, thank you very much for making time, Christine Loggins, and welcome to Sahara TV. Let's start with you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask you first, though, you claim that you worked with Miss McGowan, but she totally denies that she knows you from anywhere at all. Can you tell us where you know or how you know Miss McGowan?
Sure. I am a Facebook user, and a few years ago, Michelle and I became friends. How we became friends, I do not know. However, she was aware, I think she wanted to warn me about the people in Ghana because I was trying to get in to understand Ghana and how its economy worked so I could do business with the people. When we became friends, we've been friends for a few years on Facebook only. We only knew each other through Facebook. She contacted me on just before Thanksgiving of last year, of 2013, and asked if I would like to go to Africa with her, specifically Ghana, to help care for 3 children who had, I can't even say it. You were trying to and I can't. I'm not even going to try. It is a form of dermatitis. So you're not too far off on your diagnosis there saying it's dermatitis. It is a form of dermatitis.
Okay.
And psoriasis, really. Okay, so anyways, I agreed, yes, I would go with her and help her within whatever capacity she needed. I felt it would be a good experience for me to experience the country before I try and do business with the country myself. I flew to Colorado just after Thanksgiving. Michelle paid for my ticket to get to her, and I flew to Colorado, and she picked me up at the airport, and I spent 11 days with her, living with her, and working for her for the monies that would earn me my airfare to Ghana. I don't know what happened. Somehow or another, on the 11th day, she decided that she didn't want me going with her, so she created a scene and threw me out of her house, literally had me wanting out of her house. And I did contact her mother. Her mother came and got me and took me to the airport, and I managed to make it back home.
So that's how you know
That
Miss
is how I know.
McGowan.
Yes, that is.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a minute. But before that, let me go to Kwame Esrifi, who is speaking on behalf of his wife for legal reasons. First of all, Kwame, can I ask you, there's a case pending in court, for which reason you are quite careful about what you want to say, what your wife wants to say, etc. But I understand that you have sued Miss McGowan. What did you sue her for?
No, I can't mention to that extent. The reason why I came on the show to talk to you is to clear the air about the way Ms. McGowan is going about disgracing the Ghanaian government and we as the people of Ghanaians.
Okay, so what?
That's my concern. That's why I want to come on.
Okay, so share your thoughts. What exactly do you mean when you say she's going around disgracing Ghanaians and all of that?
Well, the case in point about these children that caused Mrs. McGowan to go to Ghana first was posted in YouTube. And when she saw that, she started talking about the kids through Facebook and started raising some funds. So I actually sent a PayPal account to my wife to raise funds. So I don't know what happened, and she went to Ghana and went to the village where the kids reside. Was able to rent some homes for the kids, apparently in Accra. What happened, I can't really tell you, but before we realized Michelle was locked up in Ghana because the family of these children didn't seem interested in Michelle taking care of them anymore. So it was them who consulted the police and get the police involved.
Hang on a minute. You're saying that Michelle was picked up because the parents or the family of the kids that she went there to take care of are the ones who reported her to the police?
Yes, there was an incident concerning money or how many accounts were created because if you remember from the interview you had with her a couple of days back, she said one renowned footballer, Adebayo, spoke to her and was trying to help out. So the family thought she had already received the money
and they were coming to her to get some of the money, but Adebayo really didn't give her any money. So the family of the kids requested that Michelle declare all the funds she had received through this foundation for the children. And I understand she had several accounts set up, and the people did not like the way she was managing the account. So they said, you know what, enough of this. We don't want anything to do with this. So how she was locked up, it has to be something that she needs to explain why she was locked up. So it has nothing to do with the Ghanaian government or people in Ghana, rather than going about talking about, the Ghanaian government and some a journalist was fired. Because why would a journalist be fired if this journalist is helping out raise funds for the kids?
That's the multi-million-dollar question. But I want us at this point to concentrate on what exactly you mean when you say that she was disgracing the people of Ghana and all of that.
Okay, when she came, apart from the interview you had with her, Michelle has been going around posting things on Facebook that the Ghanaian government is preventing her from doing her job. This case has nothing to do with the Ghanaian government. If anything,
well, she was picked up, according to her account, on the express instructions of the Minister for Gender and Social Children, Gender, Social and Children, Gender, Children and Social Protection. That is part of the government.
Well, because she was reported by the family of these kids.
Okay, all right. So that's what you mean when you say she was disgracing Ghanaians.
Right, because it wasn't the Ghanaian government that came. Michelle has been going to Ghana for years and doing whatever she does in Ghana. There hasn't been any day that the Ghanaian government or the people of Ghana has intended or made any harassment towards Michelle.
You seem to know her quite well. Do you know her personally?
Personally, no. I just have been following the case through Facebook. Because,
okay. So how do you know that she's been going to Ghana and has never been arrested if you don't know her personally?
She's been posting it on Facebook.
Okay, good. All right. Let me go to Kristen at this point. Kristen. So Michelle threw you out of her house, and then what happened after that? Well, first of all, let me ask you though. You find inaccuracies in the story that she told on this same platform a couple of weeks ago. What did she say that you found inaccurate?
She made one statement that raised my alarm bells. She said she has a nursing background. No, she does not. She never graduated from nursing school. She dropped out. She has no medical background whatsoever beyond what the few months or maybe a year of school that she did attend. Other than that, she has no nursing degree, no nursing certificate. She is not a nurse, never has been, nor does she have a background of nursing.
That's all? That's the only thing that you found inaccurate in her?
Well, that and I'm not happy with the way that she accuses the Ghanaian government of trying to bring her down. I believe the Ghanaian government is very smart, is very wise, and did a thorough investigation, and that is why she was deported out of there. But you have to understand, she went to Ghana 2 months prior to this last incident and was also arrested. This was not the first time she was arrested for being there.
Now, Christine, my gut feeling, or that of anybody listening, would definitely be that this is an issue of sour grapes. You have an axe to grind with Michelle, which is why you...
I have no axe to grind with Michelle. In fact, I'm going to come to her defense for just a moment. I do believe that she did have good intentions for these children, but they were more for her glory. Otherwise, she would have taken the proper avenue and outlets to help these children proper. But I will tell you the one thing about this accusation of several offshore accounts. First off, she lives in the USA. So when she's in the USA, if she was in Ghana, yeah, those accounts will be offshore. She also, here in America, we can have bank accounts with our children's name on them and for our children, savings accounts and checking accounts for our children. We also are on our minor children's accounts. You could have been seeing accounts that are listed for her children. But again, if you don't know how she's moving the money, I can see where the Ghana government would say she has offshore accounts, many offshore accounts. Her name is on many. Some of them do belong to her children.
So in your estimation, what exactly did she do wrong? What did she do wrong in this whole scheme of things?
Well, she did not take the proper avenues to work with the government of Ghana for these children. She is in it for self-glory. She specifically told me she felt Ghana owed her an homage for all she does for Ghana. She also specifically told me that the doctors don't know anything over there, that she knows more than them, and she could help everyone over there better than anyone else. This is her motto. I'm telling you, I lived with the woman for 11 days. The things you find out when you live under the same roof with someone. Hush. I have no axe to grind with her. I think she has very good intentions, but they're highly misguided. Highly misguided. And the fact that she would lie about her background, her medical background, is scary.
I see. Okay, let me come back to you for a second, Kwame. Okay. I think I might have interrupted you when you were talking about how you feel he's disgracing. I mean, she is disgracing Ghanaians. Isn't it logical, though, that someone who's trying to do some work and is hindered will have a bit of anger, so to speak? Isn't it only natural?
Yeah, it is. But the point is, I mean, we all live in the United States, and if you go to a country to help and they say they don't want the help, I don't see why you should be going around, speaking bad about the country. First of all, even on the interview, she made mention of the FBI and the State Department is investigating the whole thing. I mean, why would the United States government, in this moment where they're cutting back on everything, be investigating such a case? What is the right in it for them to investigate? First of all, you left Ghana, whether you jumped because the last thing I knew, she was arrested. Whether she was bailed or she jumped bail or however she got back here, you should be okay. But why would you still go around saying stuff like the FBI, the State Department is investigating? Right. Why would they investigate this?
I mean, she's a citizen of the United States. If any citizen of the United States gets into any situation outside its shores, especially concerning the issues that she raised about sexual harassment and all of that, I believe the government will definitely investigate. But that said, no?
No, it's not serious enough. She has to kill somebody in Ghana before the government will investigate.
No, Kristen, this is an issue where, according to her, it's rather unfortunate that she refused to come on this platform, because I would have loved for her to respond to some of these things. But the point is that if she was truly sexually harassed, I believe that the United States government would have an interest in that issue. But let's move on. Let's move on from there.
Kwesi.
Yes, sir.
Kwesi, I have something to say. I mean, we're trying to establish credibility here.
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout all her interviews, even the one she had in Ghana, she's been saying she's a nurse. Okay. So somebody whose back is against the wall will say anything, and knowing that everybody's going to believe her, because first of all, she's going to have interviews and say what, as we speak right now, the interview she made with you about a week ago, she's posted out on Facebook and using that to raise more funds about the same case she's not allowed to see.
Yes, she is. I'll confirm that.
Okay.
So how do you get the credibility to say that, yes, somebody handled her when she was arrested?
Well, I was supposed to have the police PRO on this same platform, but the lines to Ghana are not our friends at this point. But again, let me ask you, Christine. The burden of proof is on you. I mean,
yes, Correct.
She has made her point. Nobody has refuted anything that she said. Now you are claiming certain things are inaccurate about what she said. The burden of proof definitely is on you.
Correct.
Did you have any proof to give us at all about what you're saying?
I do. I can't show you that proof. I can email you that proof if you would like. They're in the form of airline ticket receipts, credit card numbers that were used to purchase those airline tickets to get to her. Why she's denying she doesn't know me, I do not know. I do not want to... There is another person within Ghana that you can contact that will be more than happy to tell you about his meeting with her. He did meet her while she was arrested the first time she was there. He can also attest to what I'm saying to you because he was physically there with her in Ghana when the first time she was arrested. She contacted me for help. I contacted people I know to try and have them try and help her. I talked to him today. He said if you need him, he will be more than happy to discuss with you.
Okay, I would have wished that you would give some kind of proof that we can all share, that our viewers can also...
All right. The only proof that I can do is she's telling me I do not know her mother. Her mother's name is Marty Bola.
Please don't mention her mother's name.
I'm just
Christine,
telling...
please don't mention her mother's name. Don't mention her mother's name. If you want to send, we also have our website where we do stories like printed stories. Sure. So please send me whatever details or proof that you have, and then we can do a follow-up story on the website. But please don't mention her mother's name on this platform.
And I have given you that information. I have already sent you a copy of that conversation.
Yes, so, I've seen some of those, but because she's not here to respond to them, I just want to stay in the middle.
I don't know how to prove my association with her when she's not willing to even be on the platform. Part of this reason why I can assume she's not willing to be on this platform is because she's not willing to face these allegations. I'm sorry, but I don't know how.
Let me ask you a simple question. Would you say Michelle McGowan is a fraudster? Would you say that?
100% yes.
I second that too.
Kwame?
Yes, Kwesi.
Would you say that?
I'll second that motion. I'll second that because the way she's been going, first of all, the career being a retired nurse alone, that would be one of the reasons why people in Ghana will at least give you access to see the patient. You know, so if you're telling us that you are a nurse and we say, oh, okay, she's a nurse, she knows what she's talking about, and you're not a nurse, then right there, that established the fact that being a fraudster, because you can't say you're a doctor and you're not a doctor. What are you?
Okay. All right. Finally, Christine, what would you advise, what would you say should be done to bring this thing to a closure? Because this issue has been going on for a while and everybody's fatigued, including myself. For the past week, I've been bombarded with too many text messages. How do we put this behind us?
My suggestion to you is to never allow her back into your country, to have those people who want to believe in her, are always going to believe in her. Kwesi, we can't stop that, but I think it would be wise if your people are alerted to who she really is, and there are more like her out there, and this is what your people need to be aware of and look at the signs. They need to be willing to investigate people who claim they are who they are.
Okay.
We have the internet now. It's easy.
Okay, all right. Kwame, final words.
Okay, as Christine is saying, if she's a philanthropist, there got to be a registration and certification for all that things, to be a philanthropist and to go outside and help. Secondly, she's trying to politicize the whole thing, making it an MPP, NDC issue. And that doesn't sit well with me as a concerned Ghanaian. So I want all Ghanaians involved to know not to just give money out because these kids really need help. But don't give it to a fraudster who's going to use the money for something that has nothing to do with the children.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kwame Srifi and Christine Loggins, for coming on. I really do apologize that we could not raise Police PRO, DSP Freeman Tete to join us. We were built to have him on the platform as well, but like I said, the lines are not really helping us too much at this point. Again, let me take this opportunity to express my anger, to say the least, about the way the government communicators in Ghana operate. It's shameful. You call a ministry and you have people hanging up on you and yelling at you and stuff like that. It is very shameful. You are in government because people have put their trust in you to communicate on behalf of the government. It doesn't make you better than anybody. You really do need to put your act together. Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection and Ministry of Information. That said, I want to say thank you for listening and keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. More coming.
Yes, indeed, it's Isaac. Pow, that's how we do it. Red Star, representing. You're watching Sahara TV, don't go anywhere. Africa. You shit? Let's go.
I am like you more, and I like you when I invite you to my party. Because I like you and energize you and advertise you to my party. I'm a champagne papa and I wanna know you. Hey, what up? This is your boy YQ, and you're watching Sahara TV. It's all about Africa. It's all about the continent. And it's all about one people. And this is Africa.
What up, my people? What's going on? It's your favorite boy, Whiskey, Revenue, and Music. Guess what? You're watching Sahara TV Africa. Keep watching because we just say so. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? It's chilling with my crew, Classic, and Manara. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything like Africa. Proud. Alright?
This is Bim Fernandez, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Where you are, in Africa, Europe, America, I remain a success. Don't mind my voice. Finance, don't mind my voice. Most handsome, don't mind my voice. I'm a man number one. I'm boy. Alright, be a good boy, be a good girl, be a good woman, be a good woman. Love your husband, love your wife. No fighting in Africa. One nation, one world, one love. Keep watching. Sahara Reporter, I remain the success.
Welcome back. Now, when you think of high-end fashion, cities like New York, Paris, you know, they come to mind, right? But as we transition into this post-modernity era, the ideas of fashion and the usual cultural hubs are slowly changing, right? In Senegal, one notable fashion designer, Ms. Sely Rabikan, is one of the many leading Senegal's art scene. And this year, Sely is attempting to transform Dakar into a futuristic world during her annual fashion show. Welcome to the show, Sely.
Thank you, Tracy.
Great. We're so happy to have you here. So you are a fashion designer based in Dakar, and your upcoming fashion show looks at a hybrid of aliens and humans in a futuristic Africa, which is really cool. Can you talk to us about that? What is this alien cartoon going to be all about?
Well, alien cartoon is some kind of projection in time where Dakar would be invaded by strange, naive and surrealistic creatures. And what's interesting about that is how, what would be the interactions with those creatures and the population of Dakar? What would be the consequences on architecture, on fashion, on sound, on lights, and yeah, it's basically a universe that
Great.
I don't know, an evidence.
Great, great, great. So can you tell us, like, what will we see? I know there's going to be a fashion show. There's going to be like some art performance. What will attendees see?
Yes, I am a member of a collective of artists named Les Petites Pierres. So there is a lot of new artists, new people that have new visions in their minds, and we are going to collaborate on the installation on the fashion show. So the Dakar's old train station will be transformed into that new city. We'll have some insect and extraterritorial installation in the train station, creatures that will populate that train station. The whole universe of alien cartoon will be materialized in that train station on May 24th.
Right. Well, thank you. So you mentioned the Dakar's old train station. Can you talk about the significance of having it at the train station? Like, why did you decide, okay, let's do it here?
Yes, of course. Because a few months ago, we went to the train station. We were walking by near it, and we saw that magnificent and beautiful train station literally dying, and nobody was caring. So we decided from that day to have what we call a pétition. I don't know how we say it in English, but something that, it's a petition. Is that correct?
Right, petition, yes.
Voilà. So a petition in Dakar, and we decided to, as a citizen act, to do everything we want to, how do you say it? We wanted to put a highlight in the train station.
I see.
So you see what I mean?
Right, you want to try to help restore it, right?
Exactly, but make people remember the train station, because nobody goes there anymore.
Wow.
Instead of, I don't know, 10 or 12 that are working there, but everybody forgot about it.
I see.
So here we want to do impact and shows, impact and cultural activities inside the train station for people to remember it and to help it live back.
I see. So, Sally, you know how it is being an artist. It can be a struggle financially trying to get our projects up off the ground. So are you getting any assistance in producing the show?
Yes, of course. I have a brand manager named Erwan Levigoureux, he's a member of Le Collectif Les Petites Pierres as well. So we are working very closely together. I have as well a PR in New York that is responsible of getting some attention for the brand in other countries. But basically here in Dakar, we have a team in the Collectif Les Petites Pierres and a team outside, and voilà.
That's great. So at the alien cartoon or the fashion show at the old train station, who will be your audience? I've seen some of your previous shows, and it's a pretty large crowd. But I guess, in regards to the train station, who have you invited, or will the event be open to local Senegalese, or is it, like a private event?
No. It's open to young Senegalese people. We have a very eclectic public that comes generally to the fashion shows, because here fashion shows are more seen as, fashion exhibition than as a business time. So a lot of people can be invited. It's not private. It's an experience that many people will live with us. We invited as well Paul Sika, a photographer from Ivory Coast. He's a pretty big photographer, and we decided that it has to be a moment where other African creators in West Africa or somewhere else should attend to it.
Great. So I want to ask you about Dakar Fashion Week. I know that Dakar Fashion Week is, I believe, is held in June, right? And your show is held in May. Are you collaborating with them in any kind of way, or did you decide to, separate from them for any particular reason, or can you speak about that a little bit?
No. I didn't decide to separate from them, not at all. But each year, I really want to materialize my universe and my creativity, and to be able to give life to all that universe in a specific way and in a specific place. And here, Dakar gives me that that freedom. I can organize a fashion show as I want it, and I want it to be to match with the identity of my brand. So,
Understood. So your designs are extremely creative and unique, and it's it's different. We don't see things like this a lot. And I want to ask you, what really informs or inspires you to push boundaries and create your line or your designs?
Yeah, it's music and cinema. They are the two forms of art that just make me want to create more and more, and that inspire me and give me that will to push boundaries, because I think in music there is, I don't know, there's something very unique that I'm so sorry, my English is a bit...
No, you're fine, totally, thank you.
There's something that give birth to crazy things, and those crazy things, I want to materialize them through fashion. And yes, my main inspiration comes from alternative music, from hip hop to rock to experimental rock, everything that I listen to give birth to a garment.
Wow. And speaking of, other art forms, music, you just mentioned hip hop. We know that Senegal has an extremely emerging art scene and music, and now we see fashion. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like in Dakar today? How do you guys come together, and what are people wearing? How do people express themselves? What's that like?
Well, I have to say, Dakar people are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. I love my city. And yeah, we can all feel that there is that strange and extremely strong energy that is, I don't know, floating in the city. We know that we are on the edge of a generation change. Things are changing, and a new generation of artists, a new generation of journalists, of bloggers, of anything. There's a new movement that is, blossoming, and it's super inspiring for each of us to feel that thing and to know that the person, for example, there is a group named Haitians. And there's a singer in that group named Stas. And he is one of the most creative people I know here in the city, and he's exactly the definition of what is changing today.
Wow.
We are not only from Dakar, but we are from Abidjan, we are from South Africa, we are from New York, we are from everywhere.
Wow.
And you can feel that international taste into our production, and we can feel that the language is universal. We can talk to anyone can talk to us, and it's pretty amazing.
Wow, that really does sound amazing. And with all of this, coming out in Senegal and all of this, creation and art emergence, how has the government reacted? I mean, are there any, plans or ideas that President Macky Sall is trying to implement to support you artists there?
I know that this is honestly, most of us feel like we live in a country without a government.
Wow.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who create, for designers, for example, we are the ones who create our own shops. If you want to distribute your product, you do it by yourself. So the organization that the startup businesses need, and the link with the banks or investors, it's not existent.
Wow.
For the moment, no. We have the Mairie de Dakar, the mayor of Dakar, who is helping with different subventions and contests for young artists to be financed to get their project being financed. But the long-term, help that a young creative person needs to explode is non-existent. You have to do it by yourself. So it's challenging, it's hard sometimes, but when you are close to the goal, it tastes good.
Okay. So you just spoke a little bit about the challenges that you guys face there, and one is not having support from the government. But within your own circle, within your own art collective group, what are some of the challenges you face, or what are some of the challenges that you see, every young artist there face when trying to promote themselves and their art?
Well, it's difficult because sometimes you just realize that there is a chain, and there are many legs on that chain. For example, I am a designer, I am a stylist, but I don't have a chef de produit, for example.
Okay.
Someone that is responsible to be the link between me and my designs and the production of what I create.
Okay.
So I am supposed to be in every step of the chain, to be actively involved, and it can be a bit exhausting because some profiles just don't exist.
I was reading an article in CNN, and they mentioned that Senegal is the Franco-African fashion capital. Is this true in your eyes? What do you think?
Yeah, I have to say, yeah. So, but really, yes, I think
it's true. So. It's true.
It's true. You can see it everywhere in traditional clothing and in other type of clothing. You can feel a taste, and you can feel that, fashion is everywhere. In every corner, in every street, you can see micro atelier where 2 or 3 people have sewing machines and just create unique pieces every day.
That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yes,
that's fantastic.
Fashion capital. I don't know if it's the fashion capital of West Africa because I haven't been everywhere yet. Where Dakar is.
That's great.
Amazing.
That's great. So finally, we would like to get information on how can we buy your clothes? How can we get your clothes? How can we find you?
Yes, well, I am getting ready for it because I am going to open my first shop before the Alien Cartoon Show. So this will happen, and about 2 weeks after May 24th, I'll open an online shop.
Great. So that's it. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I forgot. We are sold as well in New York at Shirley and Alice in Brooklyn. And we also have a stock list, and at the Silvana in Harlem.
Wow, so you are here.
Yes,
I'm
here.
All right.
I'm here.
Great. Well, make sure that you stand by for me after this because I'm going to talk to you about some fashion advice, okay?
Wow.
All right, guys. So that has been Miss Sely Rabikan. She is a Senegalese fashion designer based in Dakar, and she was just speaking to us about her upcoming fashion show, Alien Cartoon, where there will be a whole experience, Afro-futuristic experience in Dakar coming up in May. So guys, make sure you check her out and stay tuned. There's much more coming up on Sahara TV.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Violet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Prendergast, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hi there. So here at Sahara Reporters, you know our mission, right? And people all around Africa often share tons of videos with us about the issues in their country. So I thought, let me make this thing easy for you all. This week, I've compiled 5 shocking protest videos of people demanding their government officials to change certain situations. Let's get started. All right, last year in May, Kenyan activist Boniface Mwangi, together with other activists, started a movement called Occupy Parliament. In May, a protest took place in front of Kenyan Parliament, where organizers dropped 10 pigs smothered in blood, yes, right in front of the government building, so that MPs would have to get through the pigs to enter for their daily work. That's crazy, right? The Occupy Parliament movement is denouncing the recent pay hike for Kenyan parliamentarians, who are some of the world's best paid. And you know, the average annual income in Kenya is about $150 a month. Now, if you missed it, here's the clip.
Since the life of the 11th Parliament started slightly over a month ago, members of Parliament have been consistent in their bid to get a fatter paycheck, a situation that has earned them the tag MPs. And today, members of the civil society were at Parliament protesting that attempt. But the stars of the day were from an unlikely quarter. Right outside Parliament MP's entrance, over 10 pigs were introduced into the protest right alongside liters of blood. This, a literal representation of the protesters' contempt for the MPs. And as MPs tried to get into the house, they found themselves face to face with the animals that have been likened to them time and again. But just why did the organizers pick on the pigs to drive their point home?
What a way to get a message across, right? Okay, moving on. Still in Kenya. Now, it's January of 2014, and a melee emerges after one of the drivers of Kenya's public transportation, or matatu, is allegedly killed by a Kenyan police officer for not giving up a $20 shilling bribe. Soon after, fellow matatu drivers shut down a road in Kenya's Rosambu area to protest the killing, and they didn't stop there. Some drivers were reportedly seen going after a nearby traffic officer who was said to be drunk on the job. Check out the clip.
With blows while some hurled at him. The circumstances, however, changed after more police officers were deployed there. I'm Angela Moirore for Capital TV.
That's crazy, right? All right, moving on. So, South African rivalry political parties are at it again. This time, a March for Real Jobs organized by the country's opposition party, the Democratic Alliance, ended violently after the ruling party, African National Congress, intervened with bricks and other hostilities. Now, the DA is saying that Zuma's pledge to create jobs was only a campaign tactic for re-election. Now, surrounding officials fired stun grenades and rubber bullets and finally got the scene under control. Now, if you missed it, check it out. Just crazy, right? And the media is just snapping away. All right, moving on. Last month in March, thousands of job seekers in Nigeria convened at a stadium in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, to take a job recruitment test in hopes of securing a government job. But instead of getting jobs, people were met with a stampede where at least 7 people were killed. Can you imagine? And many others were wounded. They say the stampede happened as crowds rushed to a central stage in the stadium. Now, check out the clip of the anger amongst the crowd afterwards.
This is rubbish. This is rubbish. This is rubbish. The federal government is going to conduct a reasonable exam. They have embezzled our money. The Nigerian Immigration Service has embezzled our money. They are not capable of conducting They are not capable of conducting a reasonable
And that really is rubbish. I just can't imagine that. All right, so moving on, just 2 weeks ago, we had a citizen reporter share with us a video of horrible conditions on Nigeria's Arik Airlines. Passengers of one recent flight from New York City's JFK to Lagos are seen here fanning, complaining, dripping in sweat, all because there is no air aboard this plane. And this seems to be a typical thing on Arik Airlines. But these passengers had enough. Check out what went down.
I think it's beyond her, you know.
Mrs. Cabin crew, a child is 20 here, you are speaking the...
No, we have to bang the door there. The captain has... It's not... Are you sure we are not trapped here?
Is there a code to open this door? Hey, look at me. Where's your people? What's going on here? What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on? Look at my wife instead. People, open this fucking door. If you don't have money, yeah. Yes. They have to open it. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm going by fire. I'm not going. I'm not going.
What is wrong? When I came in December, it was...
We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. Do you understand? Shut your mouth. No. We are not going. Do you understand? Do you understand? What sort of captain is this? Open the door. Oh my God.
I'm not sitting down. I'm not going. Don't flash me. Don't flash me.
My God.
I'm not going. Do you do anything to break this thing? I'm ready to break it. I don't care. This is nonsense. This is a slavery. For what?
So stay shaking.
When you have a lot of people here, they knock on the door. Let the people out. It's enough. You should open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
If the AC is on. And you know what's happening, right? They're trying to get to the pilot so that they can ask questions. I mean, I would have done the same thing, honestly. All right. Now, what did you think? Crazy, right? We want to encourage you guys to share your videos of the issues in your part of the world. Remember that nothing will change if no one knows. So make sure you send me an email at thebreakwithtracy@gmail.com. I'm on Twitter at @thebreak_Tracy. And you can find me on Facebook. Just type in The Break with Tracy, and that's it. Thanks for watching.
Hey, beautiful Sahara TV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Sahara TV. Everything African.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on Sahara TV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. Sahara TV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bia. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluchi.
You're watching Sahara TV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. I hope you've been enjoying our show today. We want to use this opportunity to wish you all at home a very happy Easter. This is our feedback section when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the things we've been talking about. We had an interview with the representative of the Nigerian Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs at the national conference, and he had the opportunity to talk about the situation of the country and what's going on at the conference. We also spoke to people who had a different story around the nurse who went to Ghana and was arrested. I hope you enjoyed that too. So we're going to go straight to our Skype callers. Today we are going to discuss the mobbing that took place in Abuja on Monday and the kidnapping of the school kids in Borno State. Of course, joining us, our usual Skype callers. From Switzerland, we have Hansen. Hansen, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks so much, Rudolph.
Okay, from Canada, we have Collejo. Collejo, welcome to Sahara TV. Also from Canada, we have Yemi. Yemi, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you.
And then from India, we have Michael. Michael, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, thank you, Rodolph.
All right. So let me start with you, Hansen. This week has now been a wonderful week for Nigeria. What is your take on the fact that Boko Haram once again took the fight into Abuja?
It's very shameful. It's very shameful. It's very painful. It's what I was discussing with Yemi before we start this show. Actually, these things like this makes one not to be proud of coming from Nigeria. So we know amounts that federal government budgeted for security, But we don't know if really those money are fully implemented or not, if they use the money or not. But I remember last time when Goodluck Jonathan was saying that they have chased Boko Haram away from Abuja to the fringes. But it shows that what happened some days ago shows that it's not true. They're still around. You know, it's painful. It's painful. Good luck. I mean, Rudolph.
No pun intended. All right, College, let me ask you. So today we're asking people a question. We're saying the Nigerian government and the military, have they lost control of the security situation in the country? Even the idea of that question makes me cringe in the sense that, is it just when we have an attack in Abuja that we now feel that things are out of control? What is your take on what happened this week?
Yeah, that question, Rudolph. Because if you look at it this way, that's a very good question, because since the bombing started or whatever, they have been bombing the north. The global media they don't report the bombing in the north. They only report when it is like in the capital or maybe somewhere else. So, and again, it makes me question how much do we actually budget for national security? Are we actually using this money? And again, just to correct, you said Boko Haram. They have not yet come out say that.
No, they did. In the last few hours, about 6 hours ago, they came out to say they were the one.
They were the one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then you know, and again, the problem again is, I think if you look at the president himself when he visited the scene, he's confused. This man is confused. At this point, he doesn't know what to do anymore, and he needs our cooperation. Both the opposition party and the president party now, they need to cooperate. That is the only way we can solve this national security issue with 14 us right now. Yeah, because I don't know whether it's true the APC party refused to go, or maybe they were not invited according to the Governor Akpobio. I don't know how true is that, but we need to cooperate. That's the only way we can get these guys out.
Okay, Yemi, I want you to address the politicalization of national security, which is what College was referring to. The idea that you find the PDP accusing the APC of sponsoring terror, sort of. You find APC saying that they are going to sue PDP for saying that. What is going on? If a country is under attack, shouldn't the political class come together and do something?
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you very much for having me. And I just want to send out my condolences to all those that lost their loved ones in the Abuja bombing. I have a sister that lives in Abuja, and that morning I just had to call her quickly and make sure she's all right. It's very sad that we find ourselves in this situation, and politicizing this just shows you the kind of leadership we have. Apparently, immediately that bomb blast occurred, APC, like any other opposition party would do, they used that opportunity to hit them hard. And the response PDP had was APC were the one that caused the bomb blast, that they are behind the bomb blast. So we don't need rocket science. It's not something even common secondary school guy would know what's going on in Nigeria. That we have a leadership that doesn't know how to curtail the Boko threat, even though they have all the security apparatus, all the funding. They've been funding this the military. And I read one article that titled that some soldiers are, saying that the leadership or the security leadership are embezzling that money. And I watched several security experts, private security experts on Channel TV, that they've proposed different kind of ways of attacking Boko Haram, but this government doesn't listen. So So it's really, really, really sad. And I wish PDP, APC, respective of religion and tribe, should come together and...
Okay. All right, Michael, I understand we lost Michael. Okay, Hansen, I will come to you again. One of the issues that came up this week was the issue of the reaction of the president. Initially, he went to the site and visited people in the hospital, but eventually the next day, he went back to campaign mode, and he went to Kano, where he attacked the Kano state governor. And he was also seen dancing. Some people felt it wasn't appropriate considering what happened the day before. What is your take on the president's reaction the day after?
Okay, first of all, Rudolph, I'm sorry for calling you Good Luck. I made mistake only because you look like Good Luck. That's why sometimes, I'm mistaking you with Good Luck, Jonathan. Anyway, look at the situation is that, number one, I think it's wrong, okay, in that kind of situation for the opposition party to attack the ruling party the way they did. Is absolutely wrong. Just imagine something like that happen in America, attack Democrats. Then we wait. You got a point. So opposition party, they got it wrong. Second, we need to first of all think how Boko Haram started. After the election, 2011 election, some people say that they will make Nigeria ungovernable. You got a point. And some of these people that made that statement, they are the ones that jogging, okay, to take up the leadership of APC to contest for presidency 2015. That one apart. Now back to the question that you asked me. I believe that it's wrong after the bombing for Goodluck Jonathan going the next day going to campaign. That is not the right thing to do. He's supposed to stay back, talk to his security apparatus to know how to, bring these evil acts in order and know how to help the people that hurt during the bomb blast.
All right. Okay, Michael, I understand that you're back. Can you please turn down the volume of your computer?
Okay.
All right. So, okay, thank you so much, Hansen. Let me come to you, Michael. I also understand that there's a new caller, Abby, in Texas. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'll come to you next. So, Michael, looking at this from India, I wanted to know the reaction, because in India also you have political and other kind of violence going on. How do politicians in India handle something like this?
Well, right now we're having the national election presently in India, so it's been very calm. I can tell you, so far there's been no problem. In fact, the election is up to a week now, and everything has been very, very calm. In fact, I wish that could happen back home, seriously. However, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, right? Mm-hmm. It's quite pathetic and quite unbelievable that my dear president could go for a rally the next day after the bombing. If you remember, Rudolph, after the attack in Kenya Mall, the entire Kenya declared, I think, more than one day memorial for the people who lost their lives. Not even up to this, many people who lost their own lives, and who have been, people who have been losing their lives in subsequent attacks. It shows a kind of lackadaisical attitude on the part of the government. It's like they don't even value these lives. There is no value for life. If my president could go for campaign the next day after a massive bomb explosion in the capital of the nation, then that shows that they don't really care about us. They don't really care if we exist or not, as long as none of their family member is involved. Believe me, if any member of their family is involved in this kind of attacks, then they will call for a one-day mourning or two-day mourning. But because they're not directly affected, it doesn't concern them. And that's why I think the issue of insecurity in Nigeria Someone said today that the government and the people in power, they don't know that the people are not secure because they carry huge bodyguards, they have bulletproof cars, and they feel that they're secured. So in this kind of situation, in fact, personally, I am fed up because I cannot continue to read these kind of things about leaders. I think we need a change. We need young people. We don't need old people again there. We need people with vision.
Thank you.
Good luck is confused. Good luck is confused. It doesn't know the next thing to do. We need people with conviction and vision. Right now, we don't have a single one. Okonjo Iweala, I thought she would be the one. Unfortunately, she's been a mess up. I can't say more about any other person. I can vouch for anybody. Those who have been there and those who will come there. I just believe that if we, those young minds, could just reason together and come up with someone who can do something, we can make this country a better place. But as per Goodluck Jonathan, he is confused. He is confused. He doesn't know what to do next. Rudolph, please help him if you can.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to you, Abby, in Texas. Watching all this from Texas, what is your impression on the government of Nigeria and the whole political class?
Well, quite all right. The government have failed the masses, if I may use that word. And they have never showed any part in respect of the citizen aspect of it. And secondly, in the plight of Boko Haram part, it has gone beyond Nigeria. Nigerian alone cannot handle that issue. Because when you look at it, it depends on those sides that they have those borders. Definitely, all of them have to have that one mind of belaism in question. Then the other part again, I think this one has to do with what the police force. If they are honest to themselves, they can deploy them into the cities of those northern parts, then allow the soldiers to go on those boundaries parts. That particular one can go on. Then in the other part again, the government part. The government part, this one you see that this one have their own government chairman of government forum. The other one have his own chairman of government forum. Before it was not like that. Because one, the corruption have eaten them deep. They don't even know on what they are called to do. They just looked at it that it's all about the money. Politics have gone beyond that. Nigerians should learn a lot from that part of it. Not all about money. Nobody can stand up tomorrow to stand as Nigerian Nelson Mandela. It's a disgrace.
All right. Thank you so much. Collejo, let me ask you, there's another embarrassing thing that happened this week, which was the reaction of the military to the kidnapping of those school kids. They were quick to issue a statement saying that the kids have been recovered, when it turned out that the kids have not been recovered. The number of people that were reporting that they recovered were not the exact number. And most of them escaped on their own, the kids. They were not actually rescued by the military. So what is your take on that? Does that go further to discredit our efforts at fighting Boko Haram?
You know, Rudolph, thank you for that question. The point we're getting here is the last speaker made a very big point. This case is on us. It's not something we can really do. If I ask everyone on this forum, if you were, or if you were to be the president, what will you do now? Because right now, there is no, as I said before, there is no unification of every party coming together to solve this problem. It's a massive problem for the guy. I'm not supporting him, but looking at the way it is now, what will he do? Our military is not that. Should we ask for external help? These are the questions that will be running around this guy's mind now. Because trust me, we may think it's easy as we think to get rid of this terrorist group like that. And the last question you have to ask yourself, is this politically motivated? If it's politically motivated, then we cannot solve the issue. Because those behind it will continue till they get what they want. So any effort to stop them will not even do anything. So that's the way I see it, because I don't see any way, coming to the question of whether they help them get the girls, we know they didn't help them. They can't even, they have not killed one Boko Haram before I know of. So it's just really sad when I compare these questions and everything going on. We need external help. We have gotten to that stage now.
All right. Yemi, do we need external help, and who will you call? Will you call the Americans to send in troops into Nigeria, or will you call the Pakistanis? Who do you call?
Yeah, to be sincere, honestly, I think it's something we can fix ourselves. This Boko Haram issue is not something, it looks complex, but I think it's something that can be solved if the right stakeholders are being brought on board. Now, Anson said when you talked about when it started, and we must try and go back in history. We know there was a time the president said Boko Haram is part of his government. And we know there was a bombing in Abuja some time back when the president claimed that it wasn't Niger Delta, but it was actually Niger Deltans. So the problem we have right now, I think the Boko Haram has been able to even infiltrate the military, thereby making it very difficult for the military to even counter the Boko Haram. So if the proper stakeholders, both APC, PDP, they should come together and form a kind of Delta force, like a special force that's not being infiltrated by the Boko Haram, and they should remove politics out of this and attack this holistically with the cooperation of the neighboring countries and secure these places. Like what the president said in his media chat, he said they've been able to push Boko Haram to the fringes. Even though he's in the fringes, and is the fringes not part of Nigeria? So those people can be dying? So that's the question. I think the presidency themselves, they are not handling this the way they ought to from the onset. So if it was handled properly from the onset, we won't get to this point. So that's it. If they face it holistically, sincerely, and fund it sincerely, not corrupt, because we know all these security votes go there, and it's only 20% of it because of that article. The soldiers that are in the front line, they don't get water, they don't get good accommodation, and you expect them to fight Boko Haram. The ammunition they even have is not as sophisticated as Boko Haram. So I feel it's going to be more productive for them if they come together and move forward as a team to fight Boko Haram.
Okay, thank you, Yemi. Michael, coming together of these political actors, do you see that happening anytime soon? I mean, based on the kind of body language and the kind of attack they are exerting on each other, do you see that happening? And if that should not happen, should the government in power be responsible for providing ultimately security on Nigerians? And would they be able to go to the Nigerian people and say, we can't do this because the opposition is not supporting us? Is that a legitimate question to present to Nigerian people?
Thank you, Rodolphe. I feel it's a collective responsibility if we are going to win this battle against this terrorist group, the Boko Haram. However, the way the opposition is looking at this, they are happy that Boko Haram is threatening the present government, so which will possibly give them an edge in the next coming election. They can use that to campaign, right? During their administration, there's been so much instability and social crisis. However, I don't see these two people coming together and working on the issue of Boko Haram. Now, this brings me into these very few questions. First question, do we have an intelligent president? Answer, no. Second question, do we have a well-trained security officers? No. Third question, do we have security infrastructures? No. Why are these things happening in the 21st century? See, to tackle a militant or terrorist group, you need intelligent people, special intelligent people. Believe me, it's not about the force itself. Now, it took a whole lot before America could capture Osama, right? With all of the special intelligence, how will we capture these people if we don't have intelligence in place? Now, look at the issues of these our military people. Are they well trained? Do they have facilities? Do they have equipment? Can they read a radar? I mean, these are questions. I say military tactics has gone beyond those days of the Biafra War. This is 21st century. This is a open ground where technology is playing a huge role. To really combat those people, we need infrastructures. We need technology. Now, I have said it many times. Any country that does not embrace technology or does not improve its technology is liable to social insecurity. See, if we have these infrastructures and technologies in place, we can really detect where those people are hiding. Our radars can get them, but we are not technically equipped. In fact, our communication system, we so sure that the military have good communication. They don't. They can't. Believe me, Rudolph, this is a complex security matter has gone beyond the way the government is handling presently.
Okay. Michael, thank you. Now, let me ask you, Abby.
I've not said anything, no, Rudolph.
Hansen? Okay, I thought I started with you. I'll come back to you. Abby, let me ask you, if we're facing a situation like Pakistan or Afghanistan, if that is what is on our hands, are we not rushing to judgment thinking that it's going to be stopped tomorrow or next tomorrow in terms of what it's going to take to actually put an end to this? If you look at the Israelis and what it took them to be able to stop suicide bombers from coming into Israel, essentially they have to wall off the border. Do you think that we're expecting too much too fast from our security people?
The securities they are well trained, they are good. I'll tell you that. The securities are very, very good.
You mean Nigeria's security?
Yeah, they have a good security on land, quite right. But the fact still remains. The fact still remains when it comes to these kind of issues. Because at the first stage, they would have tackled it at the beginning of it. But they just looked at it that it was just a gaming or it was a child's play. But now it has gone beyond that, whereby they have connections with they now work with the academic aspect of it, meaning it now makes the whole thing sound big to us. And on this part of it, they have to join. ECOWAS is even above ECOWAS region. Because those borders have to be the secure part is not just Nigeria alone. They have to bring in other countries. That is the only way they can counter this Boko Haram menace of a thing. For now,
all right.
No matter how, if you like, bring in radars, they won't get any results.
All right. Thank you, Hansen. What do you want to say?
So what I want to say is that we should stop beating around the bush. We know the truth. The truth is that Boko Haram started when Boko Haram started in a way that some part of the country believe that they have the right, okay, to rule Nigeria. So that is the beginning of Boko Haram. So now someone asked the question if Boko Haram is political. The answer is yes. Boko Haram is political. So the only way Boko Haram will stop is that if 2015 good luck did not win the election, then Boko Haram will stop. That is the truth of the matter. Let us stop it around the bush.
All right. Perfect.
Okay. All right. We have just 3 minutes left. You guys have talked a lot about Boko Haram. Let me come to each of you and ask you, as we normally do on this program, what is keeping you up at night. And I will reference the national conference going on currently. This week, they were assigned to committees, and there were problems with people accepting the committees they were assigned to. There were complaints about things like not having any committee on education, and but they are going into committee from next week. So I'll come to you, Collejo. What is keeping you up at night? And just use the opportunity to tell me what you find interesting that happened at the national conference this week.
What's keeping me up at night is that we Nigerians, although we are blaming the government, but we have also failed our country. So just to correct the person that talked about our president not being intelligent, I don't think so, because we have a lot of intelligent people in his cabinet. So if all of us come together, we can solve this issue, but we are not ready. So that is what's keeping me up at night. In the issue of the conference, they have not given us vital information. Like, this is what are they going to discuss? We don't know who is in which committee, because I don't want to favor some people to be in some committee, so they bring up answers that will favor the present government. So those are the things that bother me about this committee. But I'm happy we are going into this committee, but I'm going to be optimistic about it and wait for the result. So that's what I have to say.
All right. Yemi, what's keeping you up at night, and what happened this week at the national conference that you found very interesting or hopeful that they will come up with something that will help the country?
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. First of all, I just want to go back to what Anson said. We are not 100% sure if Boko Haram is caused by tribal or political driven, because
that is the truth.
Let me finish. You said you talked. Let me talk. Now, Boko Haram, when it started, we knew what's the meaning of Boko Haram. They are against Western religion. That was what they were fighting for.
Western education.
Western education, and because their leader was killed maliciously, that's why they are revolting against the government. Everybody knew that. Obasanjo even went to plead against them. So we are not 100% sure if it's politically driven or if it's religiously driven or tribal driven. That's that. Now, what's keeping me up at night is I hope the security apparatus and the federal government will now sit up to prevent this reoccurrence of this bombing and killing of innocent people in Nigeria. It's so sad. We wake up in the morning and we just read the news. You see bodies of people dying like chickens. It's so sad. I hope this doesn't happen again. I pray it doesn't happen again. About the conference, a professor was at the conference and he said something that everybody in the conference, they said he almost turned the whole place upside down. He was talking about changing the name of Nigeria. The origin of the name was named by the girlfriend of Lord Lugard, that Niger area, dark people of darkness, that we should change the name to United States of Shanguawa or something like that. However, yes, it's a very good observation, and I think it's something we should look into. But however, I don't believe in the conference because it came at a very short notice, and the intention of it is not to make Nigeria better, but to try and win the hearts of voters. That's my comment.
All right, thank you so much. Michael, in India, what's keeping you up at night, and anything you found interesting at the conference this week?
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. What is keeping me up at night right now is the issue of this woman that I read about that was beaten by a mobile police, and it's really disheartening and pathetic, and I can't really imagine the security forces doing this to our own people in our own country, and I mean, it's really, really horrible. You need to see the video if you haven't seen the video.
Hold on, Michael, hold on. I can't let you go. Are you saying that because there's a video and you were shocked, or you don't know that those things were happening every day in Nigeria?
I know those things are happening every day in Nigeria. However, when you are reminded that these things are happening, you get your heart gets.
All right. You know, I wanted to be sure of that. Go ahead.
I mean, it's really a horrible scene. And you know, when I saw the video, I saw a mud. I mean, the road were not even well constructed, and you know, I feel like, wow, that's my country. I can't even tell anybody I'm from there anyway from now. However, but about the national conference, I will tell you sincerely, since the day I saw people sleeping there, I gave up hope, and there's nothing new. I don't believe in it any longer. I just believe that whatever comes out of it, well, all is well.
All right. Abby, what's keeping you up at night? And
a lot keeping me up at night. You know, but especially when when you are sleeping or you decide to go to check inside the net or check, maybe you read some parts of the paper. All you see there is bombing, killing, rape, ritualist aspect of it. Those are a lot. Those are the things mostly keeping me at night. And on the other part of it, the national conference aspect of it, I'll tell you, is a waste of funds on that part. Whereby I looked at it that those people that were not empowered politically, this is their means for them, their avenue or their drive to benefit from the government. Those are waste of funds. Look at the other man that was saying that they should change the name of the country. That is not even the problem. The problem is they are not sincere to themselves. And lastly, the last part of it again is those money that they give to those, because that's why all of them want to go into politics. The money is too much. And the kind of cars they use, they are not supposed. If Nigeria can start producing a car, let them be using the car made in Nigeria, not the one they'll start going outside and start buying, because everybody wants to live big. And those things that they are using, at the end of the day, they will outgrow it.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Hansen, what's keeping you up at night?
Rudolph, what is keeping me up at night is that PDP and APC, they are playing politics with the blood of Nigerians.
I agree.
Okay? They are busy thinking of 2015, why Nigerians are dying. Bulgaria is busy thinking on how to become president 2015. Good luck is busy thinking on how to be re-elected 2015. And a lot of Nigerians, poor Nigerians, are dying because they know well that they have armored cars, they have a bulletproof, they have a lot of bodyguards that will protect them. Then other people are dying. So it's a pity and it's very shameful that something like that is happening in a country called Nigeria. I'm ashamed.
All right. Thank you so much, Hansen in Switzerland. Thank you for coming on our show.
Thanks so much.
Carly Joe in Canada, thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, Rudolph.
Yemi in Canada, Yemi, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Michael in India, Michael, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro.
And Abby in Texas, Abby, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that move forward.
And happy Easter to all of you, okay?
Rudolph,
yeah.
Rudolph, just one thing. I don't like the way we are not believing in this conference. Because the next time we'll come on this forum, again, after the conference, we'll be talking about Nigeria breaking up.
And we'll be talking about calling for a conference. All right, we will discuss this next week. Join us again when we give you this chance to give us feedback on what we are showing to you every week. So stay tuned for more programs.
My government in 20 years has built 3 million houses. When the post-election campaign in 1994 took place, we said we need 750,000 houses. But once we started building houses, then the children moved out into a shanty so they could get on the waiting list instead of being crowded into one small house. Could I have some more, please? We have built nearly 3 million houses. We have provided clean drinking water for at least 12 million people who never had it before. Population's 52 million, with probably 6 million unaccounted for foreign immigrants, undocumented people. Sanitation, safe sanitation, pit latrines where people just used to use the bush. Those who've got the new houses, those who have the clean water, keep quiet. except when the system breaks down, because some town clerk hasn't paid the electricity bill to the State Electricity Corporation, because administration is a very serious weakness we have. I'll explain that in a moment. There are 500,000 houses we say we still have to build. And day after day, our media tell us about the 500,000 who haven't benefited in 20 years. Well, I can tell you 20 years in the history of a nation is the blinking of an eye. Seriously. But to provide 3 million houses, and do the people in the 3 million houses shout hallelujah or halala, as African people in South Africa say? Of course not. They say, well, when we moved in, it was wonderful to have a brick-built house and a tap and an outside toilet, but a safe toilet. Well, now the children are grown up, and there are 3 or 4 children. They can't all live in one room. We need a bigger house. You see, human beings are human, naturally. So what we hear is the complaints, not the gratitude, not the pleasure at the change, day after day. Human beings are human beings all over the world, and I understand that. What I object to in my country is not that our media are critical, it's that the editors are now part of the revolutionary youth, African youth, who transformed our country. And now they sit in the editor's chair and they behave just like the old secular editors did. There's never anything good done. And they never make positive proposals about how problems can be overcome. Just carping criticism. And when we have corrupt officials, I believe we must criticize them. And we do have plenty of them. I want to come back to the issue of the administration. In 1994, when the ANC took over the government, it was a negotiated settlement. We could not defeat that militarized state backed by the major Western powers in battle, and they could not defeat our people. By then, there was a mass movement of 1,200,000 people, members in the federation called the United Democratic Front, and hundreds of thousands of young people in the townships who just took part in being ungovernable, as we call it. How did you, immediately after 1994, provide an administration not for the 5.5 million whites and the few million black, colored, Indian people in the urban areas, but for 42 million people? Where do you get the trained civil servants? In a country where people were never allowed to be elected to office, half the population at least was unemployed in the formal economy. Half the children never went to school. So where do you get them from? How do you train them? How do you build a civil service in 20 years? I think we made some mistakes. We didn't start training at the bottom level. But our Constitution requires that the country should have been transformed so that the whole country was transformed into municipalities, municipal areas, sometimes 200 kilometers or 200 miles in diameter, with a mayor who's never been elected, whose biggest budget item is filling the tank of his diesel truck. It's not his fault. This is our history. And you ask him now to run a municipality, a local authority, without any training. No engineers, no accountants, no town planners, nobody. No, lots of mistakes were made. And lots of mistakes were made when the municipality's credit card could be used for official entertainment, which meant the family and some members of the cabinet, so to speak. Straight corruption, deliberate misuse. And people got very angry. And so what happened, instead of building the administration quickly, our government announced the creation of 284 municipalities, And within 4 years, over 170 of them had collapsed. Needed a special rescue plan. So service delivery is very difficult. How do you build houses when you give contracts to what we call emergent contractors, black South Africans, black economic empowerment, who steal the cement and the house falls apart? Or bribe an official to say, pay me for the houses I've built when they haven't been built. In one province, 1,000 houses were paid for that hadn't been built, and people said, we want to move into our house. And the people said, and the official said, well, move in, your house is there. No, there is no house. Well, it says in the computer there's a house. Because the young official who has no real income or trained building experience is bribed. 1,000 houses. It wasn't well, for the contractors it was the money. But every year, when I talk about problems of management, just about every government department, except the Treasury, pays money back to the Treasury because they can't spend it properly. In healthcare, where millions of people get treatment who never got it before, but the system's breaking down, it's overburdened. Medicines aren't ordered, baby incubators aren't repaired. People just don't know how yet. They should do. Teachers try to teach when the management hasn't bought the textbooks. These are realities of transformation. Whites say, look at these blacks, they can't do anything. Whites created the condition. And the corruption amongst whites in the past. How did whites get so rich so quick? They stole the land, and the labour, and the mineral wealth. And now, you know, the English colonizers did it, then came the Afrikaans-speaking whites. And now it's the turn of a new group in a worldwide phenomenon of people who use their connections to government to get rich quick. I've opposed it all my life, I oppose it now. But you ask why we haven't done it, it's a complex set of reasons. In the meantime, our government entering into the election says, we have a good story to tell, and we do have it. The story's not quite good enough, though. And it's the not good enough part that the media and the opposition sees. And I think the governing party, the ANC, is going to get punished this election. So the media tell us. I'm not sure.
No.
I'm giving you a quick history.
No, I'm enjoying it. Now, I wanted to ask, whatever happened to the white people who left South Africa just as Mandela was about to take over, who were of the opinion that the country will stop functioning when black people take over the country?
I think they made a mistake. You know, the deal that was done through negotiations over 4 years, from Nelson Mandela's release in 1990 to the first free elections in 94, when all adults could vote for the first time, and Mandela became president. In that period, the apartheid state murdered at least 10,000 people trying to turn the clock back. They just went on a killing spree. It was outrageous. So many whites left, they feared a bloodbath. And one of the greatest of our young leaders, Chris Hani, a young communist secretary of the Communist Party, commander of our army, a beloved comrade, I have to say, was assassinated just in 1993, which led to the elections in 1994. There would have been a bloodletting unless Nelson Mandela and the ANC hadn't stepped in to stop it. Put away your weapons. We can't afford a bloodbath. We can't kill everybody. We can't win a military battle. We can win an election. That was the situation. It was touch and go if the ANC could hold on to power, because the military were keen. There were elements in the military, apartheid military, who wanted to start a counter-revolution. So a very difficult political situation which required compromises. And essentially the compromise was from the ruling party, the ANC and Communist Party together, that white civil servants could keep their jobs for 5 years, guaranteed. We needed them to keep the administration going. The apartheid government and its officials wanted total amnesty, and our people said, no, you have to come to a truth commission. You have to come to a truth commission to tell the truth of what you did in your crimes against violations of human rights for political reasons. And if you tell the truth, and I put truth in quotation marks, then you may get amnesty. Well, only some 200 perpetrators of the state came forward, because in the 4 years of the negotiations, they destroyed documents, the evidence. And I don't mean just with office shredding machines. They loaded up big trucks and tipped them into the blast furnaces of the steelworks. And you need documentary evidence to convict people of crimes. And so many of them just didn't come forward. They felt they were safe. And to get the people who were subpoenaed, and there was evidence, the Truth Commission law promised that whatever evidence was laid against them in the Truth Commission could not be used in a criminal trial. They didn't have to apologize. It was required that they explain why they killed somebody under torture, who gave the orders, what was the basis of the activity, was it for political grounds or personal grounds.
Hello, welcome to Sahara TV.
Most of those
this is the
perpetrators
ending of our live show today, but before we go, I'd like...
But one or two would not, because their crimes were so horrific. The Truth Commission said no, they would not hear the evidence, they had to be put on trial. And the trials failed for lack of evidence. We could have found them guilty, like the apartheid government did. You were there, nobody else could have killed the person, therefore you must have. But that would have been perpetrating the injustices. Those who suffered, and the families who suffered, and the victims who suffered the brutality of apartheid, they wanted the revenge of justice. People sent to prison for long terms of imprisonment. But if your son or daughter has died, how many years in prison is that worth? You couldn't get justice under that system, that's why we overthrew it. And so the political decision was we needed to start rebuilding our country. And that was more important than the individual satisfaction. President Thabo Mbeki once said, truth and reconciliation, we can achieve reconciliation not just by telling the stories, important as that is. We can achieve reconciliation when we have improved the lives of all our people. And then the struggle would have been worthwhile, and people can say, yes, now I understand what the political...
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Hello viewers and welcome back to Sahara TV. We have come to the end of our broadcast segment for today. We hope that everyone enjoyed the program that we brought you, including the interviews and other video segments. Thank you to everyone that tuned in and joined our Sahara TV TalkBack phone segment earlier today and also our Skype segment. And thank you to all the viewers out there who tuned in both directly to the show and also the ones that followed and interacted with us on our social media platforms. Before we go, however, I'd like to share a few of the comments that people have been posting to our question of the day, which was, in light of recent Boko Haram attacks, do you believe that the military has lost control of the situation? And Sunday Kingsley said, the government under JEJ is doing its best, but the painful reality is that JEJ is all by himself in this terror war. A nation divided against itself in this terror can't stand the rage of Boko Haram. Umar Dandambo said, this administration doesn't care what is going on in the northern part of the country because the majority are Muslim and they don't cast their vote for them. Mr. Garba said, they're not in control. Rather, Sahara reporters should come take control of the government and the military so we'll have peace in Nigeria. James Adeoye said, yes, the military has the capabilities, but the problem is that they don't go after Boko Haram like they really mean it. Dyer Jones said no, but the government is taking it light with them. If this were in the Niger Delta, I think that by now they must have sent the whole army down there. Here's another comment from a viewer says, I believe that there are a lot of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Political Haram, Army Haram, Police Haram, and Government Haram. So when the government pretends not to know anything, it means that they are using them as weapons to shed innocent blood. But God is seeing everybody. Ahmad Suleiman says, they're still in control. They tell us when Shekau was killed and they decided to let us know that he resurrected. Then they told us they killed 2,000 insurgents and yet they still exist. Then they let us know how they rescued the squirrel girls, but however did not present them to parents. It is now their decision to stop the war and declare a Boko Haram-free Nigeria. Abdullahi Kankara said, Sahara, it's not a matter of losing security, it's rather the matter of sponsoring Boko Haram. And Lucky Dureke said, not at all. Boko Haram is a hit and run. The government and military is on top. Everyone knows the script being acted, but those days are gone when a group took Nigeria as their uncle's estate. Nigeria belongs to us all. More leaders are emerging. Our government and military cannot be expected to go the way of Boko Haram. God is watching all of us and knows you. Daniel Osal said, the army is totally against the question simply because terror itself is everywhere. Those are our comments for today, and thank you to all of you who did comment and will continue to comment on our question of the day, and do tune in and interact with us every week. Again, you can tune into Sahara TV's broadcast every Wednesday from 10 to 10:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as our live broadcast every Saturday from 12 to 4 p.m. So thank you to all our viewers out there. This has been Sahara TV.
Thank you. How powerful is this gesture to you? It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
Welcome once again. This is Sahara TV, Everything Africa. You're live with us and you're watching the sports program. It's time to bring you the sports, as I said, and as usual, we bring you a profile of Africa's reps to the Mundial this summer. But before we do that, let's get some news and then we'll come right back to it. In the news, the Confederation of African Football has begun inspections of facilities of the nations bidding to host the African Cup of Nations 2019 and 2021. The CAF delegation, made up of the executive committee, has already visited Guinea and the Ivory Coast. They are also set to stop by Algeria, Cameroon, Zambia, and the DR Congo in that order in the coming months. In Guinea, the committee visited the proposed host cities of Labé, Kankan, Nzerekore, and Conakry, where they inspected hospitals, hotels, roads, airports, training pitches, and stadiums, and held a series of meetings with authorities. Upon completion, the committee will present its report to the CAF Executive Committee, who will meet in September 2014 to decide on which nations get the nod to host AFCON 2019 and 2021. Cameroon legend Roger Milla has lost his record as the oldest footballer to represent an African nation at any game. The 43-year-old Mauritius striker Kersley Apu is now the holder of that record. Roger Milla was 42 years and 39 days when he featured for his country against Russia in the 1994 World Cup. He scored in that landmark 6-1 triumph. Apu, on the other hand, played in Mauritius Africa Cup of Nations qualifying defeat against Mauritania last Saturday. He was 43 years and 354 days old, which is still short of the overall world record held by Mark Donald Taylor Sr. from the U.S. Virgin Islands, whose record stands at 46 years and 217 days. Roger Milla is perhaps best known for his celebratory dance at the corner flag after he scored in the historic match. He still holds the record as the oldest player and the goal scorer at a World Cup. In a rematch of their controversial June 2012 fight, Manny Pacquiao outclassed WBO welterweight world champion Timothy Bradley in a 12-round unanimous decision on Saturday night at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. Tim Bradley was unbeaten prior to this fight with a record of 31-1-12 KOs, the one being the fight he just lost against the Pac-Man. And that's it in the news. We'll be right back. And when we come back, we'll be introducing our special guest for this segment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. This is where we're joined by you-know-who, Olu, the Nothing Can Change My Mind Ghana Faloye.
That's right.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, man. Soon to be FA Cup champions, Arsenal FC.
Hopefully.
It's
We're also joined from Ghana by our distinguished sports analyst and coach, Nana Kweku Ajiman. Welcome to Sahara TV, Nana Ajiman.
Thank you very much. I don't know if it's an evening or an afternoon, but good day to your viewers.
Yeah, good day to you too,
Good day to you, and thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's dig straight into it. We'll actually be profiling Nigeria as one of the 5 countries representing Africa for the World Cup. But before we do that, though, let's get quick reactions on the stories in the news. CAF inspection team on their rounds, Chief.
That's good. At least they need to make sure that these countries that are bidding to host the African Cup of Nations are well prepared. Yep. Everything is good so we can have a good tournament. Mm-hmm. I wonder what our guest thinks about that.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask him about Roger Miller and the record he just lost. Nana, Roger Miller is no more the oldest player to have represented an African nation.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because I mean, if we remember when he was called in, he wasn't actually a part and parcel of the squad anyway, and it was a late call up that actually won him that accolade as such, and he went on to show that old is good, old is well experienced. So I don't think it's so much of a big thing. I think we've got players in Ghana. If they play, if there's a couple of players there, if they're called up, I think they will also smash that record if they're really honest with themselves and all of that. So,
how biased?
Can you give me an example, Nana? Can you give me an example of who you're talking about?
No. I won't do that. That time, Miller's title would have gone. Let me give you a clue there. Miller's title would have gone probably 2 World Cups ago. To be honest with you, had we had 1 or 2 players being honest, but that apart, I don't think that is such.
I know there's a lot of talk about Kingston, Richard Kingston, the Ghana goalkeeper. Is he perhaps one of those such people?
Well, I'm not going to say. I've given you a clue. It's for you to deduce. I'm not going to say.
Okay.
Right. But I'm just giving you an indication, and I think Roger Miller's accolade could have been blown 2 World Cups ago. Okay. To be honest with you, with a couple of players in the Ghana Black Star squad. But nevertheless, they've maintained what their ages are, and so it's only just been blown now. But I don't think the fact that he's lost that accolade really
it's a big deal. Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Yeah. I think that we've got to really focus on African teams really making a mark at the World Cup, and they've yet really to do that, to be honest with you, and that's, for me, that's the big issue. When is an African team actually going to win the World Cup? When are we going to get past the barrier of only doing well? Because we seem to be quite mediocre in our thinking. Once we do well, it's as if we won the World Cup itself. We've not won the World Cup.
Okay.
And I think that's where the focus should be.
We'll actually be looking at Nigeria and assessing their chances of possibly winning the World Cup, like you're saying. But before that, though, let me ask you, Chief, Manny Pacquiao.
That was a good fight. There was disputes that, he actually won the first matchup and that, he was robbed. So the second fight, extraordinary performance. There was, beyond a shadow of doubt, he definitely kicked his ass.
And there seems to have been not too much animosity. Normally you get a lot of animosity with fights like that.
Exactly.
This time around, there wasn't too much of that. Is that a good thing?
I think it was like a mutual respect for one another, and they understood, he gave this guy his first loss, and I think Manny had something to prove, and he came out that night, he came in shape, and he came, and he got his title back and everything, and right now, everybody's looking forward to Manny and Mayweather. Let them stop playing games.
It's a fight I cannot wait to see.
Well, I hope the fight happens now and not when they're out of their prime. They're in their prime now. The fight needs to take place now.
Good point. Very good point.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's dig into the main dish for the day, Nigeria. Nana, we're going to take this bit by bit. First of all, Nigeria, the Super Eagles,
yes,
as they're called, that's their nickname, they're called Super Eagles. They were drawn with Malawi, Kenya, and Namibia.
Right.
And they finished on top of their group with 5 clear points.
Right, alongside another team did that. They were like the only team not to lose. They won 3 and then they drew 2, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's right. But they finished with 5 clear points, which is quite a feat.
Right.
Nana, how do you assess the Nigerian team for the World Cup? How do you assess them?
Well, I think they're good for their money. You know, as you said, they were drawn with Malawi, Kenya, and Namibia, and they did finish top of their group. They drew 3 of their games, and I think the most worrying draw was when they played at home to Kenya, and it looked as if they were going to lose that match, you know, because it wasn't until like a second half injury time goal that they redeemed themselves. But nevertheless, that was a minor scare, and they were top of their log. They didn't lose a single match, and it does look good for them, you know, considering that they're even, you know, the holders of, you know, the
current African
Cup
title,
of Nations.
Yeah. Right.
You know, they've got a good coach in Stephen Keshi, and you know he's had run-ins with the Nigerian Football Federation there, but he's lasted. You know, he doesn't want any interference. He wants the resources that he demands for on tap. You know, he picks his players himself. He doesn't allow himself to be dictated to. And essentially, he's picked a lot of players that are locally based. You know, he's got a good team there. They work very well with him. You know, he's kept hold of John Obi Mikel, and he's a key player for him. Then there's also Victor Moses.
Right.
There's Emenike, Emmanuel Emenike, and also Ahmed Musa. These are 4 key players of the Super Eagles who he has a good understanding with, and they look up to Keshi. They respect Keshi very well, and they play in accordance with the tactics that, you know, that he wants to set out at the end of the day.
Okay.
So I think he's got a good squad. It's about discipline. You know, us Africans, we get there and our heads start swelling, and then we lose the plot. You know, and they're not, you know, I wouldn't say they're in an easy group as such. Because, you know, if you underestimate any one of these teams at your peril, you know, and basically, I mean, Argentina, you cannot underestimate Argentina. And I'll tell you something, even Iran can give a good run for their money.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
they've got Argentina, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and none of those teams are walkovers.
No, definitely not. But let me ask you now, Chief. Right. For me, the standing moment was when they beat Ethiopia 4-1 in the playoffs.
Right, that was a very good on aggregate, by the way, and that was a very good performance by them. And I thought that, you know, they were trying to send a message, and I'm glad they qualified. First of all, let me just say they're in a good group, Group F, along with Argentina, like Nana said, Argentina, Bosnia, Iran, and Nigeria. So I don't see how they don't come out of this group, honestly. What do you think?
Well, if you ask me, I would say that first because I'm an African and I want to see Nigeria come out of the group. Right. But again, it's not just because of that. If I assess those 4 teams, I would say Nigeria is at least going to end up second up, you know, in the
let's give Argentina
preliminaries.
Right, Bosnia, this is their first time. Isn't this their first time making that?
But then again, like Nana said, football is played on the pitch.
Definitely.
And on paper. As a coach, Nana would agree with me that football is also played on paper. It's what the coach strategizes. Exactly. But Keshi is definitely a good coach, and I have a lot of confidence in him.
Good confidence in him. And thanks for correcting me during the pre-show, because I thought he took Togo to the World Cup. At least he let them qualify.
He qualified them, but he was fired
before then. Right.
Before they got there. Right. So Nana, Nigeria's World Cup record is as follows. They reached the last 16 in 1994 and 1998. And you just made a vital point a while ago about African teams feeling like it's good enough to reach a certain point. Do you think they're going to go beyond that? They're going to break their own record this time around?
I don't know, because I don't. It's not a walkover. The group that they're in is not a walkover. The Bosnian Herzegovina team. It's a very good team. They play quick football. It's very intense. You know, it's high octane. It's high optimum football. They're not a walkover. Even Iran are a good team. Now, I expect us to walk over Iran. No disrespect to them, but I think, you know, Argentina and Bosnia, those are going to pose the real big test for Nigeria. And seriously, that Bosnia national team is not a joke. It's not a walkover. It calls for maximum focus, maximum concentration on that match.
Yeah, Nana,
if Bosnia beat them, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right, Nana, you're actually right.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, to attest to what you said, because their coach made a statement and saying they're actually coming here to compete. This is they know this is their first time, but they, you know, teams should have just underestimate them. They know they're the underdogs, but they're coming out here to shock the world. That's one of what
underdogs
the coach said.
Are always dangerous.
Very dangerous. But Nana, in your own, if you were to say from that group F, what teams do you think are going to come out? Honestly, your gut feeling.
Argentina and Bosnia.
Wow, I thought that's what you were alluding to. So that's how I wanted to hear you say it.
No, but that's my gut. That's my gut feeling. You see,
right.
I can't analyze football based on the fact that I'm an African.
True.
I would like Nigeria to come.
Non-partisan, right?
No two ways about that. But I've seen them fall asleep against Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is supposed to be a minnow. I've seen them struggle at home against Kenya. Kenya is supposed to be a minnow. Now, Bosnia are much far better than Kenya. Bosnia are far better than Ethiopia. And we've watched...
Hello?
Hello, is he there?
Against Ethiopia.
Okay.
You know, so, I mean, unless they've changed their psyche, it's going to be very, very difficult. And I know Bosnia and Herzegovina, they're really coming to compete. Okay. They've got a good team. They play high octane football. It's very intensive. They're very focused. You know, they carry a lot of individual technical skills.
Let me ask you at this point. Nana. The Nigerian team is quite star-studded. You know, you just gave us some names a while ago, and I can go on and give a few more, including the goalkeeper, who is obviously one of the best goalkeepers Africa has ever produced.
Yeah, he's the captain.
And he's the captain as well.
Right.
Does this count for anything at all?
It does count for something, of course, but, you know, it's on the day, isn't it? It's all on the day. I mean, we're looking at things theoretically at the moment, and when I balance things up theoretically, despite the fact that, it might appear that, you know, they're star-studded, and the fact of the matter is they're the champions of Africa, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Bosnia turned them over. Seriously.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yes.
You know, the way we focus on football is different to the way the Europeans focus on football.
Right.
You know, it's completely different. And we're easily sidelined by bright lights and soft music. You know, easily sidelined. And no, I'm being very serious. You know, the least little thing can divert our attention from what the main task is. You know, we're going over to Brazil. Copacabana Beach and all that it brings. I mean, look, players were going wayward just playing friendlies. I mean, I think they played a friendly against Holland. They had prostitutes in their hotel the night before and all this kind of stuff. I mean, you know, they're going over there to do a job. And even when you're not on the park, you're still doing a job. And for us as Africans, we think when we're not on the park, we're not doing a job, and we think that we've got the capacity to do lots of different other things without that affecting our job. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it does affect the job that we've come there to do.
Okay.
And the Europeans and the Latin Americans, they take it a little bit more serious than us, and they realize that even when they're in the hotel, when it's time for bed, it's time for bed.
Curfew, they have to...
And they don't eat fufu and gari and all these things. They stick to a strict diet regimen. But let me ask you at this point, Chief. Shola Amiobi is cut out to be a surprise at the World Cup.
Let's see, yes.
He is on fire right now.
He's on fire, and we're looking forward to the same performance, hopefully, in the World Cup. I hope he brings all that energy, all those skills. to the World Cup. So we're really looking forward to him for a good performance. And, you know, they saying he might really shine.
And Stephen Keshi.
Yeah.
Keshi has a wealth of experience. You know me, I'm a stickler for homegrown coaches.
Yes.
And I love Stephen Keshi and what he has done with the Nigerian team.
Right.
How do you assess his chances at the
Again, the one thing that works against him is that he's a novice. Again, they're going to say this is his first World Cup. But like you said, the guy has tons of experience from all the other tournaments in Africa and everything. And, you know, we just won the African Cup of Nations. So
he's one out of two people
right, there's
to have won
the African Cup of Nations as both a player and coach. So he definitely knows. So he sees from the player's point of view and from the coach's point of view.
Which is vital. And I'm sure you agree with us, Nana. Being a coach yourself, how do you assess Keshi's tactics and his style in the World Cup? Is that going to take the country far?
Yeah, well, it's like asking if they're going to get through the first group, the first stage. I've answered that. I don't think they're going to make it, but I could be wrong. I'm okay with this.
No, at this point, I'm actually asking you about his tactics, like. Because you're a coach, so I just want you to educate us a bit on his tactics and how appropriate they are for a tournament like the World Cup.
I think he sets out his stall well enough. I think he knows what he wants to achieve, and I think he takes his time to assess the opposition very well as well, and that is the basis for whatever tactic he tends to deploy. You know, he has Mikel there as a key holding player and a key distributor. Many may not like Mikel, but I mean, you know, Keshi's even got Mikel scoring goals. And that's something that goes down big under his belt in terms of achievement. I think he plays an all-out attacking football. He likes using the flanks. He likes to play aggressive football, but it's got to be controlled aggression, and that's where sometimes things goes wrong, because the players sometimes lose it a bit. They don't control the aggression, and then they concede free kicks when they shouldn't do. They lose possession when they shouldn't do. They get bookings when they shouldn't do. And I think sometimes, if you're looking from the outside, then you may conclude that his tactics are not good, but they are good for a disciplined mind. It's just that unfortunately, like 40 or so % of the players aren't that disciplined, and they've not been exposed overtly enough to the type of disciplined play that makes them perform for 90 minutes and beyond.
Okay.
And I think, I think that's the key issue. I think he's spot on with his tactics. He tries to get the best out of the players, but it's the players themselves.
Okay, so in summary, Nana.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, we're running out of time right now. So I'm asking you, in summary, how would you assess the chance? I know you've said that a few times that you don't think Nigeria is going to go out of the group stages. As a coach, what would you recommend to get them past the group stages?
Well, I think the key of it is they've got to take their chances, because they create a lot of chances. And I think that as a coach, he must work on them, putting the ball in the back of the net as early and as often as possible. I think that's their main problem. They create the chances like nobody's business. The crosses come in from the left and right flanks very easily, but they waste the opportunities, because when they're supposed to be cool, calm, composed and collected, they just, strike the ball over the bar. They lose it. And it's that crucial moment, that's the telling moment, where one needs to compose themselves and make the right split-second decision. That's where Nigeria tends to fall down. And 9 times out of 10, the opposition they play tend to be more cooler and get crucial goals. They've been fighting for victories, and that can't be the case when you get to the World Cup. Because you get a goal down. Other teams are quite capable, Argentina, Bosnia, even Iran, of shutting up shop for even 75 minutes. If you look at Ghana played Montenegro. They lost that game by 1-0. The goal was scored within seconds. And Montenegro closed shop for 90-plus minutes. And despite the chances that we created, we couldn't put the ball in the back of the net. It's about discipline. It's about composure. It's about making the right choices within the split second that you have available.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Chief, your assessment.
My assessment, honestly, I think we're going to make it out of the group stage, along with Argentina. Like I said, I think that's a weak group. But even if we do that, it means that we're going to face France in the round of 16. And can we beat France? I think we, I think we might have a chance. But
Nigeria can beat France.
Yeah, I think we could beat France. But that means we're either going to meet, according to my other predictions, we're either going to meet Germany or Portugal. Now, can we get past any of those teams?
Or Ghana.
Ghana, okay, we'll see. I don't think Ghana is going to get out of that group, man. That's a group of death. But so we're either going to meet Germany or Portugal, like I said. And even if we beat one of those teams, I think Brazil's waiting for us in the semis. So honestly, I think our chances slim.
The semis.
Yes.
They go as far as the semis.
They might go as far as the semis. Yeah, because Brazil, the home team, that's really gonna be tough. So after we make it past the group stage, I think we have a very tough route. What's your assessment?
My assessment is that Nigeria will go out of the group stages.
Yes.
Beyond that, I have no idea what Nigeria is going to happen with Nigeria.
Right.
Anyway, thank you very much, Chief.
Oh, as
and thank you, Nana Jemai. Thank you so much for taking time off, spending quality time with your family to speak with us. Next week, we are assessing Ghana, and again, we will have you on to help us to do that. Thank you so much.
Nana, thank you so much. Thank you for the analysis.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brothers. Be safe. Be safe.
Yes, you too. So, next week, like I said, Ghana, the 5th and final African nation at the Mundial.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. Before we go, though, here is some, profile of the country, Nigeria, and it's playing after this. But before that, again, the vital...
Oh, the handshake, man. You don't want FIFA coming after us.
Nah,
right?
I don't. I definitely don't.
Right.
All right. See you next week.
Take care, guys. Thank you. Sahara TV Sports.